Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Let's see. Can we share the screen on here, Spence? Hello, everybody. Welcome. We're kicking off this StarBloom with some water. So let's see here. There we go.
If you could just transfer us the host, just so we can share our screen. Welcome, everyone. We're really excited to be here and share these codes with y'all. Water consciousness, this alternate lens that we have. It's a really beautiful lens. Okay. There we go.
All right, there we go. What's going on, everybody? Oh, we got our logo stuck there. Like we said, thank you guys for having us. Spencer, amazing. This is really exciting when you invited us to come and speak and share all about water. And so my name is Chris.
My name is Jilly.
And we're on behalf of Wake Water Co., which is a global movement that has now reached out in over 15 states and 15 countries worldwide. We're coming up almost 1,000 active members. And really what it's all about here in the next 30 minutes with some Q&A at the end is to share with you guys how water connects with so many things. I feel like it's so cool. Spencer had an amazing drop, we call him. He said it starts with planting seeds, star seeds, and then you watch them bloom. And now we're in the StarBloom, which is really, really cool. A powerful day, of course. If you guys want to connect with us, at Wake Water Co., we're redoing some of our things on our platform, as well as wakemovement.love. We'll share that towards the end. And then at Come Out Better.
And Water Priestess.
If you guys want to connect with us one-on-one. So let's jump right in, right? Let's jump right in. Obviously, we're all here for a big reason. We're here to empower people, bring forth awareness, speak our truth, really be a light for the world. And what it really comes down to for us, what we've noticed are the things that we can control, so many things that are out of our control. So the 5 things that we really like to focus on and be a solutionary, what we call it. And instead of always figuring out what's wrong, it's how can we make it right? So how can we improve our health as a collective? How can we help the environment, the earth, the soil, the water? How do we help eliminate the plastics and these chemicals and these toxins and these pesticides, things that are literally taking over our bodies and have been doing so for so long? And other big one is saving our abundance, redirecting our abundance. We're going to be talking about how water plays a role in that, more than many of us may think, as well as saving our time and energy as we put forth the right energy to help build this now earth, so to speak. And then overall, enhancing wellness, vitality, and spirituality. And I know everyone on here can agree that's what we're all about. So how do we do that? Well, one of the biggest things we've discovered was the power of water. Now, up until this point, a lot of us may think water is for drinking and taking a bath and maybe giving it to our plants on a hot day. There's so much more to it. And Jilly has shown me over the years, and she's been studying water for so long, and you guys will hear her lens in a moment. What's really powerful is that water works in so many ways, more ways than we can even imagine. Just the fact of you even breathing, you're expelling water through your breath. We go to the bathroom, we sweat, we move, we do all these things. And in our everyday life, it also comes down to energy. Water is a type of energy. It's the type of hydration. We know that. It's a universal solvent, so it can break down things and can be that vehicle to hold things. It's a binder, so it can actually literally hold on and bind with other things as well. It's an astringent, which is a pulling mechanism, a cleaner, a toner, a disinfectant, a sanitizer, and an emulsifier. Now, when you look in the world today and what our products, the marketplace, the things that are shared with the world, it always comes, it seems, as like a little side effect hidden, or like a little ingredients list that we don't know what it is, or the marketing or the manipulation. So for us, it's about empowering people, educating people, connecting the dots, leaving water drops on realizing and showing people that there's more to it than just what we drink.
And it is more than just the liquid substance. When you're looking at water, we're starting with the liquid form, and it goes into many forms, which relates to consciousness. So water is known as consciousness because water is the conductor, right? It receives information, it puts out information. It's known as a quantum computer. So as well as looking at water in the physical form, which we're sharing with you right now, we're also going to be going into all the different forms of water. So we invite you to really open up your consciousness here and look at water in many different ways, not just for drinking, right? So you're starting with cleaning, toning, disinfectant. Now we're getting into more of the other aspects of water that most people don't even look at.
Now, when we zoom out, a lot of times people skip the history of water. And when it comes, there's so many different ways water's been taken from its natural source. It's been bottled, manufactured, mass produced, stolen, literally manipulated, changed, and altered. And we got away from ancient water. And this is fascinating because this StarBloom is global. There's people all over the world, I'm sure, checking this out, tuning in, watching the replays, and sharing their truths. And whether you live in the United States, South America, Europe, India, Australia, Germany, Russia, wherever, ancient water has been here longer than we can even imagine. And what is amazing is that these waters that come from the ground, living water, the fountain of youth, the holy grail, Zamzam water, we hear it, we just think it's in movies or in books or in tales. Well, it actually is in this world today. And you can actually have access to it, not alone in these places, also in your home. And this is what we share with people, being able to tap into this everlasting resource that provides so much powerful benefits, therapeutic benefits with certain properties as well.
And it helps too, when you're looking at water and you're looking at what was done to water. So what was done to the water was done to our consciousness. So that's why we go back to ancient water. That's why we go back to the original water and how there's this miracle water known in the world that still exists. It's just very rare. And so when we're going back to that original water, the ancient water, we're also looking at what happened to the water. What happened to the water happened to our consciousness, dams, damming up our consciousness. Same with colonization, same with domestication of our consciousness. Water flows, it always finds a way. It's expansive. So when we're looking at water and we're looking at the source of water, we're also uncovering the source of ourselves. So we're not just liquid water. We are the miracle water. We are the living water. It's inside of us. We just didn't know what it could do. What does miracle water do? Right? What is the difference between stagnant dead water and living water? And remembering that we are living water again. That's why we say so much, wake up to water, wake up to yourself.
Perfect segue right into it. So obviously now, okay, we've zoomed out, we've seen what's going on, things that we want to solve, we can create as we continue to build this future for us. And like Jilly said, when we wake up to water, guys, you wake up to so many other things. For this specific share that we're going to be sharing with you here, physical, mental, emotional, financial, and spiritual. Now, up until this moment, perhaps you've only thought water was a physical. Perhaps maybe some of you have heard of Masuda Emoto and the emotions, and our body listens. But what about financial, right? What about mental and then emotional, and really tying it all together as you see here on the screen. So the first thing we want to share with you guys and how water is so impactful with our physical is we forget how we operate. We are electromagnetic beings. We're energy, right? We have so much energy in us. We just try to think we're so dense. The positive and negative, you're going to hear us share that a little bit, right? The masculine and feminine, that light, that energy. And the other thing too is our bodies are batteries. Our bodies are batteries. We're conductors of energy. Like Jilly mentioned, we put out a signal, we receive information, we're powerful. So technologies had advanced to express how we can communicate telepathically. And yet the foods we eat, the liquids we drink, our lifestyle, our habits, our choices, the distractions, the thing that the really matrix throws at us, it's to lower our batteries and it's to lower our voltage, which you guys can see on the right.
And a good way to see this is that the water in your body and on a physical level is responsible for communication. So that means all of Chris's cells, right? His brain and his nervous system, his cardiovascular system, everything is flowing cohesively through the water as a medium. So water as a medium, what happens when we're dehydrated, right? As Chris was mentioning, looking at the acidity and the alkalinity, what happens when we're dehydrated from ourselves? Our body starts compartmentalizing and then illnesses start arising. So that's really the physical.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you see on the right too, Jilly always says it's living water. How do you know if living water is something that has a negative charge? It's rich in antioxidants, rich in electrons, which have conductors with minerals, and pH, which is a very interesting topic. Just to keep it basic, it is a measurement of voltage in a way. So it's fascinating how we've been so duped by the chemical aspect of it when now we're waking up to the voltage aspect of it.
And that's the biggest difference with living water and stagnant water, is that living water has a negative voltage. It has antioxidants in it. So again, what happened to the water happened to our consciousness. What happened over time is that the water lost the negative charge and it started oxidizing. So the water that a lot of people are drinking are actually oxidizing them. Such a beautiful awakening.
Then we connect the drops even further. You look at the pH scale, you look at the chakras, right? Low voltage, acidic, maybe not more in fear, not feeling secure, an acidic diet, acidic beverages, even fear and stress, acidic thoughts. And then we raise our voltage, right? And go into more alkaline phases where our body finds that homeostasis right in the middle, that same color on that pH as the heart chakra in the heart. That's when our life can truly take off and manifest. So when you start connecting the pH, the voltage, the chakras, the whole body in itself, the physical does become the metaphysical, becomes the spiritual, and so much more. So this is a fascinating image just to break down what we're expressing here. Yeah, and this is really cool too. We think our brain, right, is like a walnut. We think it's like just has fat and so forth. Our brain is water, guys. Your brain on water is such a powerful tool. It literally runs off hydroelectricity, chemical reactions, you know, the essence of life, trees growing, plants thriving, animals living. It's literally 70% of our planet. And so much of the things in our world has become to make our brain toxic. The alcohol, the stimulants, the heavy metals, right? All these things that are spraying on our produce and in our products, our cleaning products and so forth. It delivers electromagnetic energy. Like Jilly mentioned, cellular communication, our DNA, right? There's no junk DNA. It's all amazing, as Spencer would say. We pass that on to our future generations. It makes things more efficient, transports nutrients and hormones, and we forget how much of our brain is water. So the next time you're in a brain fog, right? You've got a headache. Perhaps instead of reaching for those other things, ask yourself, okay, where can I get living water? Where can I get water that is electric, that can actually turn on my engine, get my brain going, and allow me to create and manifest? And there's so much more to it.
Or if you're brainwashed and you're looking to give yourself
so many water
clarity,
words, so many water words. Exactly.
So now we're getting into the more diverse forms of water, the water body. So we talked about the physical water, which most people know about, and now awakening to living water. It's alive. Let's talk about the water in the body and how our words, our vibration, the sound waves, another form of water, actually affect our water bodies. So within our bodies, we all have water within. Whether you like to say 75%, I like to say 99.9%. That is my own lens on it. I feel that we are all water. What the water is doing in your body is recording. It's remembering. It's storing information. As Chris mentioned, your DNA is made out of water molecules. The hydrogen bonds hold together your DNA. That's why it spirals. That's why water spirals in nature. So you're starting to see what I call the water lens. It's like, oh my goodness, everything's really connected to water. So we're feeling, right? We're feeling in our body the emotions of the oceans, the oceans within us. Where are we feeling stagnant? Again, going back to dead, stagnant water. Where are our emotions feeling stagnant? What stories are we holding on to if water holds memory? What are we absorbing? What are we able to absorb? What are we retaining? What are we expressing? What are we processing, right? Because we are the quantum computer. We're beyond quantum. We are so beyond. If you try to quantify water, you're just going to, it's endless, it's eternal. And what's beautiful about this is that Masaru Emoto, which I went to his school in Tokyo, and after he passed, his son puts on this school, and I got to see on a microscope, how do my words affect the water, and the molecular structure started changing. So the words that we speak to ourselves and to other people, our waters actually remember those words and they structure. So feel about that for a moment in your body. What words are you saying to your own waters? Are you bypassing your waters in your body? Right? So you can look more into Masaru Emoto's work.
And it's really cool too, is I know you guys have such an amazing lineup today. As you go through things, you hear things that whether they trigger you, empower you, inspire you, just think of what you're seeing on the screen. It's your water in your body, the crystals reshaping. You know, people go through detoxes and cleanses and purges and meditations or whatever they're doing. It's like their water, literally in their body, the structure of their body, right, is slowly changing. And that might bring forth an emotion. And the more we suppress it and keep it pushed down, it's like just recycling old stagnant water over and over and over. So many of us love filtered and clean water, living water. Yet many of us are waking up to the dangers of tap water and bottled water and so forth. And that's what the same response is happening in our emotional body as well. It's fascinating. When she explained to me the water body and how it's tied to emotions and your energy and motion, it's really, really powerful.
Yeah. And you look at it like this. If the medium within your body is living, right? You are what you eat. You are what you drink. So if the medium, the water in your body is living water, imagine what would happen with that perfect crystalline structure, which living water has a perfect structure. Obviously, depending on how we speak to ourselves too. It's not just drink this water and it's also the embodiment of it. So being able to allow your body to listen to the words that you're saying and allow your body to absorb, because once that structure is structured, here's the thing about living water. Once you have a structure, water can be stored in that structure. Information can be stored in that structure. So structure equals store of information. Structure equals cohesiveness. More structure in your body, more crystalline structure means more cohesiveness. So as we get hydrated, that's why sometimes we can feel more energy. We feel like everything's working together. I've learned so much from living water and looking at the way we built our community, really being like, wow, we're built off of living water. I'm learning how to build economies from living water, from studying water, from observing water is life, Mini Wachoni.
Love it. And that takes us to the next part. And so we've just talked about the physical. We touched on the spiritual, right? How it connects there. It's all really connected in the spiritual, and then the emotional and the mental. Now we're going to conclude this with the financial, because in the world today, so many things are inside out, upside down with what's going on. And a lot of us are looking at financial waters, right? Money, cash flow, currency at a superficial level.
When I uncovered this, that there is a connection with our waters in our body and currency. Okay. The currents of the sea, freezing your assets, cash flow, liquidity, income streams. When I really tapped into that concept, I was asking myself the same thing. What is dead, stagnant water in form of financial waters? What does that look like? Saving money, keeping it in the bank, hoarding it, feeling like you don't have enough, being thirsty for money, for currency outside of yourself. And yet you are the currency. You are the actual currency. Just like Chris was saying, we are batteries, we are computers, we are alive. We are alive. So somehow within the system, through various laws, through various structures in the government, we have been disassociated from the very abundance that we are. And so when you're looking at entrepreneurship, when you're looking at employee consciousness, what happened? We were forced, our waters, our abundance, our currencies was forced to be this stagnant pool and thrown chemicals, go to school, get a good job. The domestication of our consciousness, what we did to the water, we did to ourselves. So these laws and these structures are all commercial. That's how most of these courts in the world function. Is called maritime admiralty law. So these courts are functioning under this commercial law. And basically, to make it simple, we've been commoditized. Our waters have been commoditized. And so when you're looking at entrepreneurship, you're looking at multiple streams of income, you're looking at affiliate marketing, network marketing, leverage income, home-based business, assets, investments. You're also looking at where you are streaming your energy. You're looking at the other form of water, which is more of a energetic form of water. And now you're seeing the connection with, wow, where am I dehydrated? Where are my waters stagnant emotionally? And then look at that reflection in our abundance, which in our communities, how much do we talk about money? And for so long, I didn't understand the monetary system until I saw it through the water lens. And that's what changed everything for me. I really saw how I was dehydrated. I really saw how they were profiting off of my own currencies. So now we're really getting into the law, and we're going to give you guys the basics. We go deeper into this on some of the webinars that we do. I also have a Merchant Mermaid intensive and expansive that I do. So to understand this in a simple way, they've been able to commoditize our waters and own our waters through what's called the birth certificate system. So when a ship, which is feminine, comes into the harbor, hands over the cargo, signs a certificate of manifest, it's the same thing as when a woman gives birth, her waters break, hands over the cargo, the doctor signs a certificate of manifest, and that birth certificate gets a social security number, and that social security number was on the stock exchange. So now we're getting into the deeper aspects of human trafficking and looking at how the systemic part of slavery, the debt slave system, and how we are actually collateral for the debt of the United States of America Corporation. So for me, it started with water. Like we started this, right? How many of you actually thought we would go here, right? By the end. So water, some people say follow the water, or some people say follow the money. And I say follow the water, because that's what started happening as I started honoring my vessel, as I started really taking care of my waters and allowing my waters to cleanse and return to that origin. It stopped becoming so much about people's opinions, right? You can throw scientific facts left and right. It came about my body. And I came back to my body and I started listening to my body, and I started seeing what I call reversals. So these words like citizenship, relationship, worship, hardship, sponsorship, scholarship, championship, those are all maritime admiralty law words. So now we're getting into the curiosity, and we're here to spark that curiosity. This is a short session that we have with you all, and we're here to invite you to go deeper into your own waters and go deeper into what that truly means for you.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome. It's so powerful, guys. So reach out to us if you're looking for living water systems, entrepreneurship, and we're really excited to announce too, going into 2022, we have a 90-day shower coming up.
We're making it rain.
We're not going to be in the bathroom for 90 days. We're going to be literally showering the world with what you just saw here in the last 25 minutes or so. The physical, mental, emotional, spiritual, and financial aspects, a little bit deeper looking what water can do. And it's a great springboard for the rest of this StarBloom for you guys, because of all these amazing speakers that are going to be sharing. You now can have that little water lens with it too, and see sometimes something from a different angle. So for any interest in what we're doing, send us an email. That would be the easiest thing to reach to Jilly and I at wakewaterco@gmail. We had our logo right there. It's not the one to pop up, but it's right here. We got our logo right there. That's Wakewater and we're excited to connect with you guys. So I know we wanted to leave five minutes or so for Q&A. So we'll segue and we'll shift from there. And it was a pleasure. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thank you. Questions. This is always the best part.
Yeah.
Curiosity.
Let's see.
Any drops that you want to share about water? Did you know your brain is 90% water? And you have a current that flows through your brain? We're electric.
Let's see. So I'm not sure where I know we're doing a YouTube live stream. Spencer, yes. What questions we got? If there are any. If not, we must have done a good job. This was amazing. Yeah, thank you guys so much, and Spencer, for having us. And it's been an honor just to share. And let's see. Comments. Okay, perfect.
Question will come through WhatsApp.
Okay, we've got the WhatsApp chat pulled up right here. Future of the way.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. So the future of our movement and everything that we're building. So it started with the water, and also it started with really stepping into entrepreneurship for myself. And as I started sharing water, I started obviously seeing all the beautiful awakenings that our body had. I mean, it really brought me back to my body. And then it really went into entrepreneurship. And after a while, I just really saw how many reversals were in entrepreneurship. And so the last 5-6 years, I've been focusing on building community and seeing that business isn't about selling people and manipulating. It's actually about bonding with people and building a network and leveraging that and having a little economy start birthing. And so from that space, I started seeing the North Star, which I call the goals, the visions. And we're preparing to buy land and build a retreat center so that we can have our community events safely, and also in a sovereign way, and being able to not just own the land, but become guardians of the land. And through commerce, it looks a little bit different than being a regular citizen buying land. So that's what my merchant mermaid is, that I go into further with all of the commerce and building trust and privatizing what we're building. And so, yeah, our vision is all over the world. Definitely. Did somebody have a question?
Let's see.
Many people ask how much water we have in our body.
Yeah, great question. So here's one thing. It's the water in our body, they say 70%, 75%, Jilly 99.9. And that's looking at the molecular aspect, right? At the molecular level. One thing to note, guys, if you're watching this, the water in your body, majority of the water in your body is actually in your cells.
Yeah.
The rest of it is floating outside. And today, most of us are consuming beverages that actually aren't getting to your cells. They're not going home. They're going right past home, and they're going out into the toilet, or we're breathing it out or peeing out. So it's really important to realize also, when you're drinking water, it's not what you also drink and how much, it's how much you actually absorb.
Yeah.
And how much that gets into those, the cells of your
system.
It's
called an aquaporin.
It's called an aquaporin.
In.
Yeah,
hey.
Absolutely. Which your aquaporin can only receive something that has a negative charge, because it's a positive, right? Very fascinating.
Blessing water. Yes, of course. So this is a question I get a lot, is I started with working with water, blessing water, learning how to truly make holy water. And what it really came down to is people ask me, what are the exact words that I could say to water? What are the exact things? And what I invite people to do is speak to your waters in your body. And as you're speaking to the waters in your body, also listen. Slow down enough to listen. And then if you're ever around the ocean, the lakes, the rivers, anything with water, or even a pool, even a fountain, you can really honor the water just by recognizing it, because water is the missing link. And it reminds me of just wanting to be seen. It's like water has never really been seen before. So it's really that simple, as recognizing, hey, I see you. You're a consciousness. I'm connected to you. I'm connected to the water cycle. I'm a part of the clouds. I'm a part of the rain. I'm a part of this earth, right? Minnie would show me.
So good. Last two really quick. Water tech be done in every household. You just need a power outlet and a hose with a running water supply, and you're good to go.
Yeah.
So yes, absolutely. And where do we get our water from? Well, we have a medical device in our kitchen that creates electrolyzed reduced water, similar to like Lourdes, France, all over the world, that we've been able to share with the world. What, almost 5,000 people?
Yeah.
Would you say?
Yeah.
5,000 people now in over 15 countries and states. Worldwide. It's a worldwide way, guys. Thank you guys so much.
Yes.
We appreciate it. We'll pass the mic back over to Spence, and the rest of you guys flow. Have an amazing day. Stay happy, hydrated, and humble. And we look forward to potentially, connecting with many of you soon.
Yes.
Send us an email, connect with us. We'd love to hear from you.
Be living water, y'all. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Blessings.
Hello, hello. Welcome to StarBloom. Oh, hello. Welcome to StarBloom. I'm super excited to share everything with you today. Today, we're going to be talking about aligning with your design. With your human design, I am Wind with Holistic Human Design. And today, I'm going to share with you what human design is and aloha. So I'm Wind with Holistic Human Design. And so let's see here. Let's start off with understanding how human design can change your life. All right. So basically, it's all about what human design is, and what I like to do with Holistic Human Design is it's all about taking you on a journey into furthering your own self-discovery. And typical human design loves telling you what you are, and it loves to even try to sometimes fit you in a box. But sometimes it's when, you hear things about yourself and it might resonate, it might not. And it's really about self-discovery and hearing certain things about yourself and going on a journey within you, and then feeling confident in creating the space for you to empower what resonates and what doesn't with your truth. And so what I'm here to do for you is to help you to understand your human design, because it's a lot simpler to use it as a map and a tool to help you awaken to yourself. And it's a lot of times, I've heard human design, everyone's like, oh, it's just so over my head. There's just so much going on. I don't even know what this is. Like you look at your chart and it's just a bunch of numbers and lines and colors. And you're like, what does this all mean? And I'm here to help you make super simple sense out of what this map can show you about yourself and how it can help you raise your consciousness and your physical life experience and take you on the journey to integrate body, mind, and spirit. Because all it is just a sequence of patterns that makes it really easy to understand once you break it down, and then you're able to live the magic and synchronicities because you know how to tap into your body and you have a mental framework to fall back on. So what is human design? So essentially, you are a spirit soul transforming and learning and evolving at a rapid pace, being here on Earth. I like to consider Earth school as your spiritual PhD, right? Like your soul's evolution. So when you take on a body and you're born here, you're given an energetic architecture and an operating system. I like to call human design your energetic operating system because it is literally encodes your energetic DNA. And what is human design? Well, human design is an operating system that is a combination of astrology, the I Ching, the Hindu chakras, the Kabbalah tree of life, and quantum mechanics. And it provides you with a map of your own self-discovery. So where did human design come from? Well, super fun. The origins of human design was originally established and actually was downloaded by this guy right here, Robert Allen Krakauer, or was the voice that gave it to him or downloaded him with the information, Ra-Uru-Hu. In 1987, he had a mystical experience where a voice literally came and downloaded him and talked and spoke with him in his mind and in his consciousness and told him to write down for 8 days and nights the human design system. And this was in January of 1987. And he didn't write his first book until 1991, or his first book about the human design system didn't come out until 1991. And then when it came out, it was just the bare bones and the mechanics, just like basically the simplest, what the voice told him was just what it was. The voice didn't tell him what to do with it. So it was essentially, Ra was downloaded with this information, and then humans and us co-creative generative humans of all the different types started creating a more specific language, and it evolved over time. And then now we have this huge, immense body of knowledge, so much knowledge, so much language to describe the human design system and what they discovered, and the patterns and the internal architecture and the external architecture, and how you energetically interact with everyone else on the planet. Now I like to think that we have so much knowledge and wisdom. We have so much knowledge that now the wisdom is all about applying it and applying human design into our everyday life and really fully embodying it. And because it's like a little life hack. It allows you to give your mind and your ego, or some mental mind food, to have something to anchor into, and creates a construct and a mental framework for you to then navigate your life easily in alignment with your soul and your higher self and your higher purpose. So it's literally like a little life hack. And also at Holistic Human Design, I love incorporating the work of Dr. David R. Hawkins and the themes of consciousness, because this is also a mental map and a mental construct that helps you as an evolving soul figure out where you're at on the theme of consciousness, and it gives you tools to pivot into the different levels of vibration, because we're here to spiritualize matter, right? Our purpose is to evolve our soul's journey by transcending and moving through all these levels of consciousness. As a human, we're able to experience all these different themes and all these different emotions and all these different thought forms. But when we're evolving and we want to just be up here in the higher themes and courage, neutrality, willingness, acceptance, all the way up until love and unconditional love and freedom and true enlightenment, because we're humans, we will still have triggers that will drop us down into these lower themes. And it's how to navigate out of these lower themes, accepting them, being where we're at, but then also acknowledging the fact that we're not designed to get stuck here. And granted, the majority of the human population is playing around with these lower themes of shame through pride. And it's how do we get up into these higher themes where all the magic and synchronicities happen. So I love incorporating that. And interestingly enough, Dr. David R. Hawkins and Ra'u Rahu passed away and crossed over to the other side roughly within a year to 18 months of each other. So, and then right around 2018, 2019, human design and then the themes of consciousness started getting evolved into other people started to take their work and take their body of work and then transform it into new methods and new ways. So that's another just one fun way of showing how I like to say how the chakra system, and when you're born, when you're a soul and you're born into the human body, it takes 7 years for your chakras to evolve into like year 7. Well, I have a theory that after you die, there's 7 years on Earth where I think there's like a little bit of an unraveling, and it takes 7 years for the unraveling or the energetic structure to unravel, and then it allows for other humans to pick up the pieces and co-create and evolve from there, the information that was already established. So the beauty about human design is that it gives you a mental framework to connect with your body. We have been conditioned to make decisions with our mind and think that the mind is the ultimate say all, but our mind is where it's just a processor. It's just a processor of information. And I have a background in yoga, so I love to incorporate yogic teachings into my human design teachings because you can see it within the patterns. So one part of human design is that we are literally designed to lead with our heart. And so this center right here is the G center. It's the heart chakra. And we have this little thing in there. It's called the magnetic monopole, meaning one-sided pole, like a magnet. It's just one positive or one negative. And it just, so magnet has two sides, positive and negative. Well, this is only just one side because it's drawing consciousness, or it's drawing your external experience towards you. And so you lead with your heart. And in yoga, we're designed, or we're meant to bow our mental heart, head and ajna to our heart. And so that's why we have, all these yoga poses where we're bending our head over, bowing our head to our heart, showing that the heart is the one that leads us forward. And it's also shown in human design, because this center up here, which is the crown chakra, and then the ajna third eye chakra, that's where your design crystal bundle and personality crystal bundle of where your planets were activated within your human design birth chart. So those two aspects of yourself ultimately bow down and surrender to and become the passenger consciousness, which then you navigate through your heart chakra and your physical body. And so one of the main things about, since there's so much in human design, there's so many layers, so many levels. You have strategy, authority, centers, channels, gates, lines, arrows, and all of these systems interweave with each other. And so one of the main things that you start off with is strategy and authority. And it's a lingo for people to just basically understand their overall aura. It's almost like your sun sign in astrology, like, oh, I'm in Aries with a moon rising, or a moon sign in Capricorn. So it's just like an overall way to start to navigate. And it's one of the most simplest things to understand. So your strategy, and also when you get your human design chart, you can see it'll show you what your strategy is and what your authority is. So your strategy is how you best navigate your life and your synchronicity. And it's how you start to default, or gives your mind a default, something to default to, so that oh, hey, is this in alignment with my strategy? Instead of just having your mind override your thoughts, or having your mind override your intuition, you can just be like, oh, hey, this is what I'm designed to do. And so you can prevent a lot of burnout, or a lot of mental overthinking, or you can strategize your life. So it's like, oh, hey, this is in alignment with universal flow, because it helps you get in the line with universal flow. And what is authority? So authority is specific to your body, like your own specific. So there's 5 different types of strategies, and it goes along with different auric types, which I will cover in this workshop. But then you also have authority, which is your own specific way of how you best make decisions and trusting your inner knowing. So there's 7 with regards to that. There's sacral, splenic, ego heart, ego will heart, and then the G center, environment and outer authority, and lunar authority, which is specific only to reflectors. So once again, once you know your authority and how you best make decisions, you start to understand how to trust your intuition, how to trust what your body innately knows, how to trust, and it gives your mind an anchor point so you don't doubt yourself, which I absolutely love, because if anybody of us have an active mind, we know how it can go in all different directions. So first and foremost, I'm going to cover is the manifester. Now, manifestors are here to inform and communicate with others your plans and actions. So because you have a motor to the throat, you are literally here to communicate and like speak your truth, start things going, because your aura is, you have a full contained system. that you might, if you don't communicate with certain people, people might start to think suspicious thoughts about you. I've seen this happen multiple times. The minute a manifestor stops communicating or stops informing people what's going on with them, I start to see other people start to have negative perceptions of the manifestor. So it's like a really great way of, of a default to be like, hey, I probably, I care about people, they're my friend or my colleague or my partner. I just need to explain or communicate certain things about what I'm doing. And now the beauty of this, I've actually had a couple people who are manifestors. They're like, well, that sounds like I'm informing mom, or like I have to go tell mom what I'm doing. And I'm like, I understand what that, I get it. I see what you're saying. You're like, why do I feel like I have to tell somebody? And it's like, well, you don't have to do these things. Like, you don't have to follow these strategies, but if you want to have a smoother ride and you want to show that you care about other people, it's just like a little thing that, so you don't ruffle people's feathers, right? And then one thing that I love to talk about is how to know that you're out of emotional clue, that you're out of alignment, because all the 5 types have emotional clue that they're out of alignment. So if you're feeling angry, you're getting angry and you're upset and you're mad, one of the questions that I love asking is, what are you not getting? And then how can you channel your anger constructively? Because essentially, you're in alignment when you're in a state of peace and you are empowering at your highest vibe and you are provoking at your lowest vibe. And so what I love to just teach my manifestors is that, just recognize that, yes, you are a one-man band, and I know you love doing everything on your own, but other people really want to help you. And, if you just recognize that other people are here to help you and support you, and just recognizing that you are here to inspire others, then it's just one way for you to fill in the blanks and gives people an opportunity for them to step into their design and their highest truth. So it's just having a little bit of courtesy, because you're here to initiate and start the project. So inspiring and motivating. Generators, you are actually here to respond to the external stimuli that comes and is delivered to you. So it's like you're literally the magnet that draws the universe towards you. And so I've seen so many generators that are like, I want to go out there and I want to initiate, I want to start things. However, you can do that only when you're given a clue, whether it's a person or a thing or something that you hear. You literally will hear it in your external world. So I always like to say to my generators, play the scavenger hunt with the universe and see, are your thoughts being manifested externally out in the external world? Like you're overhearing a song, or you hear someone speaking that reflects back to you what's going on in your internal world and to your internal consciousness. And so how you know that you are out of alignment or in alignment with your design is that you'll have an emotional clue, and your emotional clue is frustration. And the fun part about this is that other types will experience, like I've actually experienced generator frustration due to transits and things, even though I'm a projector. But you'll have frustration to be like, okay, this is not working. And so it's more likely, the question I love asking is, have you received the external clues to respond, or are you trying to make something happen that's not ready yet? So having ultimate patience, patience is a virtue, will lead you ultimately to satisfaction when you are given the right opportunity to allow the universe the time and the space to create the external world to draw it into you. And it's all about, responding to the external circumstances and building resilience to be patient and not have to have things instant gratification right away. because trusting that it'll all happen at the right time in the right place, because then you'll be more rhythmic to co-create and amplify and bring other people's visions to life. So just be aware if you're complaining. If you catch yourself complaining, then you'll know that you're complaining and frustrated, that you're out of alignment. And to get into alignment is just having patience and trusting that the universe will deliver what you want to create. For the manifesting generator, you are a combination of both the manifester and the generator. You are still here to wait to respond because of your external, because of your defined sacral chakra. I know it can be easily tempting to default to, tapping into your manifesting urges. And that will happen when you are given the external stimuli or something externally in your world to be like, yes, this is where I want to go. This is confirming to me, and it's giving me an opportunity to respond to my external world, because then I know that it's needed and people want it. And so that's how you can get a real dynamic, because you'll have the endurance of a generator. You'll have the endurance of a generator to keep that momentum going. And your overall, it's like you really invite people into your auric field, and you're welcoming, and you really can share people like, yes, you need to get in with this. You need to do this. Like, this will change your life, and people will naturally gravitate towards you and to do that. Just remember, like I was telling in the generator, the pure generator, is that if you're trying to make things happen when it's not the right time, you can easily get frustrated or anger. But the trick is that if you find that way, just find a way to move into something that brings you joy and happiness. Find something that gets you to forget about whatever you're getting stuck and frustrated on, and then go find some pleasure, go find some joy, and get into that higher vibratory state. Let it all go. And then that's the open window for the universe to attract to you what it is that you're wanting to create, and at the right time, at the right place, which will ultimately lead to your own satisfaction. And so just being aware of like being stubborn and you're like, no, it has to happen this way right now. And sometimes it's just when we're moving with the universal flow and synchronicities, it's always at the right time and the place, and it's always shifting. Reflectors, only 1% of the population are reflectors. And so you are literally here to go with the flow of life. You're literally here to go with the flow and to make the big decisions, the life assessments in time, because you're here to wait a full 28-day cycle. Reflectors, you are here to show the world what needs shifting, or how to bring people into highest potentials. You're literally here to evaluate and direct others. And when you're making life assessments in time, it's more along the lines of like the big life decisions, moving, jobs, marriage, that whole thing. But when and the emotional clue for you is disappointment, because I love to ask my reflectors, what were you expecting? And what were you expecting the other person? Because you're so sensitive to your environment and the people in it, that when you are out of alignment, get your environment, like what's going on in your environment? How do you feel? Cleaning your energetic space, or like, is it the people? Usually a shifting in the environment or the people in it will naturally create some space for you internally, because then you won't be so dissipating in your energy, and you'll be able to trust that when you change up your external world, your internal world will naturally shift, because you are super sensitive to sampling and reflecting the energy of the environment and everyone in you. Because then once you're in flow and you notice, you just fall back into moving into different environments or changing up people, or having a lot of alone time. I know a lot of reflectors that love their alone time just so they can have clarity within inside themselves. Then that they just allow for the surprises to manifest in their life. And our projectors are here to oversee and guide all the other energy types. Nothing no sacral energy, but can easily tap in and see what other people are able to, how they're able to bring into their highest potentials, very much like a reflector. Some projectors love to show other people what their highest potentials are, much like a reflector. But so for a projector, your strategy is to wait for the invitation or offer invitations without expectations. And the clue for you that you're out of alignment is bitterness or resentment, because are you also with the wrong crowd? Are you recognizing yourself and others? Because as a projector and being able to see all the little nuances within people, you know, offering your insights and opinions when they're not invited can be seen as very interfering and kind of intrusive, which then other people will be like, I didn't ask for your opinion. And then you'll be like, then you don't feel seen and recognized, which can cause bitterness and resentment. So really it's for you is having faith that when you're with the right crowd and you're with the right people, that you will be seen and recognized, and just recognizing yourself and then coming back into yourself and sharing your gifts with others at the right time, at the right place, and trusting in that, and having faith in the universe that when you fall back on your strategy, this is what will naturally unfold for you. And so also with this, because I've had people say like, I don't know if I really want to do this. It's like, well, it's up to you. This is all an experiment. It's all because we live in a polarized universe and we have light and dark here on planet Earth. It's like you are ultimately your own authority on how you choose to consciously leverage your energetic operating system. It's entirely up to you. It's up to you where you want to go, what type of life experience you want to have, and to be able to have these experiences. And you know, basically it's your ultimate authority. You have you can take what resonates. There's so many nuances within the chart. You are, for example, I've actually had a generator come to me and he's like, you know, I don't really resonate with being a generator, but he had when I looked at his chart and I walked him through it, he has a massive channel that is a projected channel. And I'm just like, hey, I can see that you're consciously thinking that you're a projector, but let me see if I can walk you through the steps about what it's like living as a generator. And then he started to see how living life as a generator, he's like, oh yeah, no, okay, that matches. No, that matches. I'm like, yeah. So there's like little nuances for you to get you to understand about yourself. And then, you know, our mind and ego loves to overcomplicate stuff because it literally is just looking for a job and it wants to have a purpose. And it's literally here, our ego and our personality. And it gives us an interface to interact with the world, you know, out here as spiritual beings having a human experience. And it really, like, once we start surrendering to our heart chakra and our heart consciousness, our ego minds will just simply, we become the master and the third person observer of our ego consciousness. And then our ego consciousness feels like it has a purpose and it has a divine mission, you know, to help us and to be our friend and companion with us in this human experience. So the beauty of awakening to your human design is that you will have compassion for others. You'll have frameworks to be in flow in a 5D synchronicity. You'll know how to live your purpose and what you're here to offer to the world. You be internally guided and directed, and then also pivot from your triggers so that you can become the best version of yourself here on this planet. Because if we were all just the best healed versions of ourselves every now moment, we're able to change and shift consciousness in the whole world, because it all starts within, right? Like the external world, what's externally manifested is our shadow, and we see that in the external world. And if we can just honor our own shadows and recognize it for what it is, then we are able to ultimately see that we're able to change from the inside out, and then our shadows aren't running amok subconsciously affecting everybody, so we can just be our best versions. So I'm going to leave a little bit of time for for Q&A. Okay, great. No, oh, no time for questions. Okay. Oh, yep. Okay. Well, here you are. Yes. So, okay, great. Okay. So, well, this is where you can find me. You can find me at holistichuman.design on the web. And I'm on YouTube, on Instagram at holistichuman.design, TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. So if you have any questions, shoot me a DM. I respond to everybody. So definitely find me out there. Oh, yes, for questions. So yeah, so if you have any questions, please, yes, find me on here. And, you know, I'm a projector, so I love talking to everybody. And it was super excited to present to you guys. Thank you so much. Love you all. And I look forward to seeing you out there on the interweb. Okay, aloha.
Alrighty, hello, my name is Nathan. I'm also known as Red Pill Quill. I'd just like to start with hello, beautiful souls, and to start by first thanking junkDNA for all of his hard and tedious work to bring us all together and to, get all the light workers together on this beautiful solstice day. And, our attitude and gratitude determines our latitude. So let's get this started. The Ascension diet is basically a starter pack for stepping into who you are and consciousness. Being that we are the sum of our experiences and beliefs, and life is our greatest teacher. I've had so many experiences throughout my life, culminating to this specific time. I want to start by sharing my my background as far as animation and some of the things that I've encountered that brought me to this point. As a young child, I was visited by my deceased grandfather. I've had multiple situations with violence and, the dramatic of being shot at. And my whole life, I've been the observer and kind of like the reflector, as in the previous presentation. I just want to start with one of the first things that had kind of helped me get through all these situations and the dark night of the soul that I came into contact with. I started with faith systems first and mindful meditations. I visited different places of worship and came to the consensus that we are all part of the same nature and duality, with pretty much the same core wants and beliefs and needs, with just different deities. From that point forward, I went to the path to lower the actual ego. Okay, so ego transformation. For me, it was unlearning yourself, basically breaking myself down to my core beliefs, erasing everything that was previous, everything that I thought, all of my expectations of life, all the things that were holding me back in my life. And you have to also, in that process, release the image of who you are. We go outside on a daily basis and we project a certain image. We carry thoughts and ideals of ourselves and who we think we are and what we think we are, but we're really just natural beings that are here to experience and be taught by life itself. The second is to reevaluate your character. That is basically the meaning of, it kind of goes with the releasing of your image and just looking at yourself, looking at your actions, looking at what caused you to be who you are, what brought you to the point of life that you're in, and why are you there. Releasing the monkey mind is a part of the ego that is very heavy, as far as I want to be that and I'm going to do whatever it takes to get there. The feelings of regret, the feelings of that should be me, all of the shame and the doubt, the self-doubt, and the well, let me see, we'll just carry on to breaking all that down into do not taking yourself so seriously. That's a huge one for everyone that has their self-image so strong in this reality that they're not true to who they really are. They're portraying things that, you know, that just who they aren't. As far as, you know, buying things, purchasing things to feel better about yourself, all outward stimuli, all the things that you want to, you know, kind of even deceptively trick people into believing you are. Dropping your baggage, that's also a huge one. When it comes down to holding on to some of those regrets, we all have them. We all had, you know, mishaps and mistakes and times where we've fallen short on things, and, you know, even as far as situations and past relationships where people have hurt you. Those are the things that need to be dropped as baggage. You can't go forward carrying all of the baggage of your life as a collective. Forgiving yourself, that is a huge one, because that is a part of your heart. You have to be able to forgive yourself first before you can forgive anyone else. You have to live in your heart's chakra, basically, to be able to move forward. And once you forgive yourself for all of the mistakes that you've made, or even some of the things that you haven't done, you know, or that you might blame yourself for, you definitely need to understand that, you know, it's gonna be okay. We're gonna move forward. And the next was connecting to now. Once you're in a now or present moment, you don't have the time for your mind to wander off and, you know, fight yourself or amongst other things. You know, like the idle mind is definitely the devil's playground per se. And it's 100% true. You know, you get bored, you get stagnant, your energy is halted. Your energy is just completely depleted. Reconnecting to spirit is getting deep within yourself, looking at you as the person you were really meant to be, as far as getting into how divine you really are. You know, whether it be through whatever means, as far as religion, just spirituality, period. Those things bring you to your heart, back to the heart, to where your center is, what makes the most sense for you. And we all have different roads to the same divine presence. And living your truth, basically, that's the finish line. You're going to have, you know, ups and downs in this life, this teaching ground. And as long as you're true to yourself, you do not sway from what and who you are, then you can go forward and you will be fine regardless. And fear is a huge one, as far as, you know, blocking some of your truth or the way that you deal with life. And we're going to move on to the next here. And that would take you directly into consciously living. These are the practices that help you kind of ground yourself and get to your truth and your base. You know, as far as we have, you know, a demonstration of qigong, meditation, sound therapy, sensory deprivation, gym and crystal work, and even the crystal healing bed. These things are what we use to get to a space of understanding. And as far as conscious living goes, love is always the key, because, well, it's basically the most important thing in life, basically. Life, well, self-love brings you to understanding and the therapies that heal you. Love is a binding force between us all. Love for others will heal the planet ultimately. And it heightens our frequency as a being and every facet of life. So once you put love into anything, whether it be cooking, you know, your job, anything that is based in love is magnified, and you can move mountains with it. Love is the key force and frequency that we all need to live by. Meditation, this is what helps you stay present and channeling and receiving, you know, universal downloads, calming, relaxing, getting to a 0 point to where you can receive information from the universe. It's really like profound how transformative meditation is. The visualization that's within your meditations, the Akashic records you may come across, the, you know, past life experience, even meditation in hard or extremely scary times will flatten that out and kill all anxiety, and then you become one with yourself in that duality. Sound therapy is extremely important. Vibrations that resonate powerfully, such as music and things that are, you know, audio or acoustic, those hold deeper and stronger vibrations that resonate with your body and moves all the cells of your body, keeps you, you know, happy. It, you know, can completely change your attitude, your sense of self at the moment. Concerts are, you know, a huge, you know, gathering of people listening to the same music. The energy is so strong there. You feel like you're in a euphoric space. It's just really, you know, like it's beautiful. And it's one of the most powerful ways of communication. Sound there. Sensory deprivation is actually the opposite, is going back into yourself, calming completely your whole body system down to, and you'll still get to the euphoric state. It's your mind getting a chance to calm itself completely to a standstill. It's your body as well, relaxing, allowing the natural processes to carry on, and your body tingles. The external stimuli that we're constantly in, whether it be light, sound, there are different gates: our eyes, our ears, our mouth, our skin. With the sensory deprivation, you feel one, basically. And the means by that is floating in magnesium water for an hour or so, carrying you into a deep state of meditation, basically. And once you're out it's a complete transformation as far as your body's weakness and your aches and pains are gone. It's a really useful tool as far as, the conscious mind. Qigong, Tai Chi, yoga, these are all works of, forms of energy working, moving the body, creating, creating energy throughout your whole body. And our bodies are generators. So basically we get all of the motion that we need, and the ways to move certain energies around our body to keep us alive and healthy, basically. A breath work, the oxygenation, being able to breathe and learning to breathe is very different. You're oxygenating your body, your cells. It's really calming. It's really, restful. It has a deep impact on your, your blood and everything else. And it's a practice that we all should get into, like, on a daily basis. I definitely try to make time for myself. And then the crystal healing. Crystals, they each carry their own, specific properties and their own polarities, and they have, certain strengths for each one. I myself carry a lot of crystals and hold on to that, and I give my my children as well. I have 3. And now we're moving on into diet. As far as diet goes, we live and we consume everything. So it is of the utmost importance that we consciously try to guard from negative pollutants within our environments, to keep our vessels light, and receive positive and the most benevolent energies as possible. Living consciously is thinking and being present in every moment. So once you're doing that, things are going to sound a little different to you. The world kind of opens up to you differently. As far as the ear gate, that's practices where you should use more benevolent frequencies and things that are going to open up different parts of your body, your different chakras, your different body parts, create energies for you. Affirmations are also very strong. You have to speak things into existence. The same thing with your manifestations. Hearing certain beats that speak to your body. Those things all are very, very strong. The eye gate is everything that we see. So basically, our eyes are the windows to our soul. What we see opens past memories. It can ignite just any thoughts. So, make sure that you're guarding that. You could see, go outside and see the sun. It's sun. It's like daytime. So you have a different, attitude. You have a different understanding of what's going on. The same thing with anxiety. If you're constantly taking in negative information, reading negative information, those things have a negative impact on your psyche. So you have to guard all of your gates as much as you possibly can. Basically, to be able to live in the now, number one, and to more so be at peace. The mouth gate is we are what we eat. What we ingest through the mouth fuels the body. So just like water, those things, those are very important. And people in today's society don't understand or aren't awake to all of the things that we're ingesting or taking in. And also with the mouth gate, it's basically the closer we get as far as our diet, our actual ingestion of food. We're natural beings, so we need to be as close to nature. We're electric beings. So we need to take things in that are that have a electric current. Fruits with seeds, vegetables, organic as possible. The closest to the vine as you can get is the ideal, basically. Let's see. And then we have your mind's eye. So focusing on love, growth, and understanding, resistance to stagnation, and the thoughts that exist. We have to really bear down and keep our mind clear, and stay on a positive polarity as far as what we're focusing on. Growth is something that we're going to do until we're gone, and gaining understanding is very important. That's how we relate to the world. That's how we relate to other people. If you have no understanding, then you're stuck in the world, lost, basically. And there's a lot of individuals out here that are. And to resist the stagnation, do not allow yourself to sit in one place for too long, to do anything, to do the same thing over and over again. And also, as far as the limiting your negative thoughts, certain thought patterns, and also the things that come with the stagnation become more negative because just of the polarity of those thoughts. You get sicker, you get more anxiety, you don't get the real human experience that you're entitled to. So let's see. So as far as moving on, we're going to bodily detoxing. There's more than one way of detoxing. Detoxing is, getting rid of everything that is of the negative polarity. So that whether that be bad relationships, bad people, jobs, situations, things like that, it's time to know when you need to move on with your life. Let's see, high quality water, which was spoken about already in the earlier presentation. But water is very important. It's extremely important, actually. As far as cleansing your kidneys, your body, your adrenals, everything in your body is basically water. So even connecting back with water, sitting in water, the current the strength of water is amazing. So as you're trying to detox your body, it's very important that you take in a lot of solid, real water. The Kangen water, ionized water is great. Fresh spring water, the fresher, closest to nature that you can get. And then structured water also. So, giving it a blessing, so on and so forth, will help structure your water. And let's see, activated charcoal. This is one of the granddaddies of, cleansing. They've been using it for forever in the medical field, as far as, you have, done too much to your system. And then that's the one that comes and cleans and sweeps everything out. Chlorophyll is a blood builder. It's awesome. It's the, blood of the plants, really. So you're getting close to, to nature once again with plant life. And it's a detoxer. It helps with, bodily smells, cleanse the intestine, and so on and so forth. Zeolite, it binds with the heavy metals that, block, neural passage ways, and some of the other just free radicals that are floating around in your body. Fasting also is a huge one for me. I try to fast at least quarterly per year. And it gives the body a chance to recover. It gives the body a chance to get back to homeostasis. From like the daily digestion process. Definitely try not to eat 3 times a day. That is complete garbage. As well as it balances, the blood, etc. I've had tests right after fast, and all of my labs have come back like dramatically, better. The sauna is, if you have one at your disposal, please try to get to it. As far as, it helps cleanse the skin and the blood. Just getting a good sweat, and, like our regular natural doctors, the sun and exercise and, ingestion of water and whatnot. Those are the things that we need to keep our body going. Okay, and then let's see. Here are a few supplements. Milk thistle, as far as your liver. Dandelion greens. These are all things that help clean up the system. The minerals, fulvic minerals, magnesium, zinc, selenium, potassium. Please give those a try. Let's see here. And then onward and upward as far as the time for ascension. So lead with your heart and not with your mind. Your mind will throw you off. Your heart is always, truth. That's where we're at. So, and this is the basic chart for the ascension process. Where you're opening up your heart center. Everything is love based. So this is the basic chart to just give a quick glance over. Mentally, physically, you'll be heading on into the 4th and 5th density. And let's see here. And there we go. At this point, you've become an eternal. You're almost, you're a superhero at this point. You can't be touched. You're unfazed, and nothing from this world is going to bother you. You have everything at your disposal that you need. We're all on our own basic life path and life purpose, and we're coming together, and our consciousness is rising at this time, and the world needs it right now. So everyone get ready for it. And thank you, StarBloom family. I really appreciate you guys. I love you guys. Please carry on all your great work. All the other presenters, I love you all. Thank you. And you can catch me at Instagram, the Red Pill Quill. I'm sorry. And yeah, have a great one. Have a happy solstice and happy holidays. All right.
All right. Okay. I hope everything's good and everybody can hear me and see me. Welcome, everybody. My name is Martino Pedotti, and today I'm going to talk about the Estegua project. So a project that I'm bringing on. So first of all, I would like to thank you, junkDNA, and the whole StarBloom team for bringing me on and to get this, to create this opportunity, to make it possible, to make it a reality. So today I'm going to talk about what I am doing on my, for my Instagram page. For now, is my project is just on Instagram. If you guys want to, if you guys don't follow me, the name is Estegua, Estegua, Estegua project. And for now, Estegua project is just a page about spiritual and philosophical topics. But very, very soon, I'm going to present something very new, something that I've been working on for the past few years, which is a universal language. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. So before doing that, I'm going to talk a little bit about my story and who I am and why I am doing this, such a project, and what does it mean exactly to be working on a universal language. And then I'm going to just explain what it is in words. I wish I could show to you guys what exactly is a universal language and what do I mean by that. But for technical and legal reason, I'll have to wait a little bit of time before publishing it, probably a few months. So I can talk about it and explain what I'm doing and explain what's going to happen with it and its potential for the future of this entire community and the future of consciousness. And so yeah, let's just bring it on. So my name, as I said, is Martino, and I'm Italian, as you might hear from the accent. I'm from Italy. I learned to speak English in Canada, where I lived for the past 3 years of my life, in and out between Italy and Canada, and where I had some experiences that kind of challenged my way of thinking and the way I see the world around me, the way I experience reality, and kind of made me question the meaning of everything. So these experiences, which of course I'm not going to go into detail with, otherwise I don't have time to talk about all the stuff that I want to talk about. But 4 years ago, I had a series of experiences that really made me change the way I was looking at things and made me realize that there is a deeper meaning in everything that we experience. And I wanted to understand this meaning, because until that moment, I was born and raised in a society very separated from spirituality, from this concept. It's a very materialistic place. So when I found myself in this position in which I was experiencing a part of reality that I was not even aware that could exist, it kind of triggered me in a way, because it made me question literally everything I knew about myself and about the world that I was living on. And so these experiences not only awakened me to the spiritual nature of the universe, but kind of funneled me into a research that is the research of understanding why exactly such experiences happened to me, and how is it possible that these experiences actually happened in the first place. Because again, until that moment, I thought that reality was completely random, just that we live in a chaotic universe, that nothing has meaning or nothing is connected, there is no fundamental order. But then I had these experiences that of course made me change the approach that I had, because I had to, in a way, accept the fact that actually there is some sort of order in the universe, and evolution has its own direction, and we as humanity and as consciousness, we're moving into a conscious state that will include more information and more things, more dimensions of existence. And so I wanted to really understand that from a scientific point of view, almost from a physical point of view. And that made me question reality on a deeper level, and made me question, what is the mind and how does it work? What is it that we do exactly when we're thinking? What does it mean to think? And from a natural point of view, from a scientific point of view, from a physical point of view, what is the thought process itself? Because until that moment, I didn't really question this part, or I was just assuming that I knew it would be obvious if I just thought about it. But then when you experience new information or dimensions of existence that for the first time that you're just experiencing, that you never saw before, all your conceptions about the mind kind of follow apart, because one starts to question, wait, where does this information really comes from? If it doesn't come from my experiences or from my memory, because it's a very new kind of information, where does it come from? And so through also psychedelic experiences and starting to do meditation and listening to many other people, we of course had similar experiences, I started to realize that indeed there is a field of energy, a field of information that is accessible by the mind, and which provides a sort of information that is intelligently organized on its own. There is this intelligence that is decentralized everywhere in this field of information that we access through our mind. And I started to realize that in a way, what we are doing as human beings is that our thought processes and our ideas and our mental perceptions are kind of downloads that come from this plane of existence, this mental plane. And no matter how small or how big the thought processes are, like it might be just something that we do during the day or a philosophical topic that we're thinking through, what I was trying to get to is, where does all this information come from, the whole package altogether? And so I slowly started to realize that yes, indeed, there is a field of information and that we can access through in different ways. My way at the beginning was through the psychedelic experiences, and then I developed my own ways through also Qigong, which is the practice that I'm studying, which I saw was introduced earlier in the presentation. And so I also became a Qigong teacher, which I am right now. But to stay on the language and on the central topic, what happened is that I started I pretty much made a bet with myself. That was, well, if there is indeed a field that is universal in the sense that we all share this, our mind shares this field of information, and we can access higher information, higher level of perceptions, and kind of access this universal collective consciousness, then in my mind, this meant, from a scientific point of view, from a physical point of view, that just in the same way as this field of energy that we all share, which is the physical plane, in the same way as this field is governed and structured by what we call the physical laws and mathematics and chemistry and all this science that fundamentally is one science. It's pretty much an expression of mathematics in many different ways. But if that's the case, then if we have another field, say, let's say in the other side, so within ourselves, but fundamentally it's a collective field just in the same way, then there must be some sort of logic, some sort of structure that defines that field as well. And so this at the beginning was, of course, just an idea, but then I realized that not only this might be possible, but there might be, I might already had an idea of what could it be, the kind of the physical laws of such field, which are not physical laws in the sense that the physical laws express determined patterns and patterns of physical activity, so materialistic movements and actions, while this field, the mental field, acts upon probabilities. So like whatever laws or whatever rules this field has in order to exchange information, there have to be rules that have to do with probability. And so thinking it through a little bit, I realized that we actually already have access to such field, and we already know the laws of such field because we have language. Like we think, and when we think, what do? We create and we put together information according to what we call logic. And logic has its own rules, its own ways of moving, and its own ways of expression. And so I realized that fundamentally, if I was right in the sense, if this field exists and in fact there is some sort of, there is a collective consciousness that we're sharing, then there must be a collective structure, that is to say a structure that works for everybody, that will represent this linguistical information. So in a way, I started to realize that there is that what we say when we speak doesn't matter which language you're speaking, but at the core of the language, so behind the sounds that we do with our mouths, there is a similar structure. So for example, if I say house, so I want to go home, for example, in English, or if I say it in Italian, voglio andare a casa, or in French, or in Spanish, or in any language, fundamentally, we're saying the same things. We're saying that I want to go home. So the I, my function of being, wants to move to go somewhere, which is home. And so I realized that fundamentally, if I were to find a structure or a way to express any sort of linguistic pattern with the same rules, then I would create a universal language, which not in the sense a language that you can speak, but a way of communication that transcends the linearity of language. So when we talk any language that we can speak with words, we pretty much put one word after another. And so our organization of the words determines the meaning that we express. But fundamentally, all languages are an organization of what? Of a subject, a verb, and a complement. For example, if I say, I eat an apple, I is a subject, I am the one doing the action. I'm eating, so eating, to eat becomes the verb. And what am I eating? I'm eating an apple. So apple is the complement. So I realized that by putting this structure on paper or on a digital field, but on a field that is more than one dimension, more than just one line, something that can move around, then I could transcend the linearity of language, which means transcending the order that each language has of how do you organize subject, verb, and object. Because, for example, in Italian, I say, before I say the subject, or in English, we say the subject, then the verb, and then the object. But then someone that speaks a completely different language, like Russian or Chinese or other languages, might have a completely different order. Maybe they will say the verb first, then the complement, and then the subject. Or other languages will say the complement first, then the subject, and then the verb. So this was a problem because in my mind, if I wanted to create a universal language, something that could be applied to any spoken language, it had to be something that was transcending this linearity, something that could go beyond it. And so it had to be geometrical. It had to be something that you could see, something that had a visual impact. Because being in a field, in a multidimensional field, something more than just one line, then the order can be transcended. You don't need it anymore. No matter how, what's your linguistical order in the language that you speak, you will be able to organize that information in a multidimensional level in the same way as someone that would speak a different language with another order of thoughts or of language. So basically, I started to try, basically, with little, I always try to make little examples or little trials to just try to organize information in a way that was transcending the linearity of language. And the other factor that I needed was could organize language and provide all the different ways something can be expressed. So one of the main points of that my language needed in order to be valid was that whatever you say, however complicated something can be said, it has to be brought down geometrically with this order that I was creating. And through 2 or 3 years, I researched the structure, which I found pretty much right away. It's a very easy language to learn. Actually, if you consider it an actual language, it all develops around the shape of a circle and a square. So it's not really that complicated. And the people that see it, my friends and the people that I'm working with, in a matter of 2 or 3 hours, they understand the language and they are able to use it if they need to. So it's a very easy process to learn, because fundamentally what we're seeing there, it's something that it's already implanted into your mind, because when you're speaking, you already have this order. Your brain already knows how to organize such information in such way. The only difference is that instead of hearing it, instead of organizing it through sounds, through a line, what I'm offering, it's a structure that enables you to organize such information geometrically on a piece of paper or on a digital field or on anything that has more than one dimension. So, of course, as I said, I can't really show what I mean by this, in the sense that I would like to show it. I have it right here, but it's not really wise for me at this point to do it for many reasons. But what I can do is to talk about what's going to happen once this language is going to be public. So what can it be, and what am I going to try to do with it? And actually, honestly, what all of you guys that are listening, once it will be public, you guys can do whatever you want with it. If you find a way to apply it or to use it that could be useful for yourself or for being in service to others or for anything at all, you guys are welcome to. I've no problem with that. But what I'm gonna try to do with it is that many things, because it has infinite potential. First of all, one can start speaking with another person or communicating with another person that speaks like different language. For example, the other day I tried to interact with a person that just arrived in Italy and couldn't speak a word of Italian or English. And in my mind, I said, well, if this person knew my language, I could easily communicate with this person. I don't even need a language like English or or sign language in order to understand what it means. It could literally communicate to me the most complicated thought, and I would be able to understand. I will be able to grasp it. So that's the first application: talking with people, transcending the language barrier. The second thing, which is very similar to this principle, is talking in the actual language. So, for example, if you go into another place and you need to communicate with some person and nobody knows us to speak English or the language that you're speaking, with something like Google Translator, you can translate the main words that you need to use for your sentence, then apply them to this universal language that I am creating. And through that, the other person, of course, the only requirement needed here is that he actually is familiar with this language, with this structure. But through that, only by seeing where the words are, the words that you can translate, then he will understand the whole meaning of the sentence. Because the sentence depends on the structure that you see, not on what you say. So the structure, how the information is structured, how it is laid out, carries the meaning of what you're saying itself. And these are the two very basic applications. That is to say, a universal language, that's what you would use it for: communicating, transcending the barriers of current languages. But then where it gets interesting is that this language can be used to organize any sort of information. And this means that this language will enable Estegua project and many other people to create digital fields in which information will be organized in a way that one will be able to see it. One will be able to understand visually what something means. And visual understanding goes 10,000 times faster than sound understanding in the human brain. We can remember things 10,000 times easier if we see them than if we actually hear them. So this language, what's gonna happen is that if people, of course, approve it and start using it, is that it will enable to think faster, to think more clearly. Because, for example, me, that I know this language, many times when I find information that is really complicated or really intertwined, difficult to grasp the meaning of it, in my mind, I just place okay, sorry, I think I was muted for a second. Anyways, what I was saying is that you can place this information in the right place in the mind according to your structure, to your mental structure. And doing so, what's going to happen is that you will be able to see the information. So you're going to have a detachment. So for example, here that we're talking about consciousness and meditations and all these things, one of the main points of meditation is learning how to be detached from the object that you're observing. Either it's a thought, either it's an emotion, either it's an actual external event. Detaching for non-reacting, and that detachment will give you a objectivity, a clarity on what you're actually observing. Because once you attach yourself to something, once you're engaging into it, basically you you engage your energy, and you're not really able to see things very clearly. You kind of are like your perception is filtered by the object that you're attaching yourself to. That could be a thought process, could be an idea, could be an emotion, could be an external event, could be whatever. So basically with this language, what's going to happen is that if people learn it, they're going to learn a way to detach themselves from the thought processes, because they will be able to see it. Of course, to visualize it, let's say, see it, it's might be a little bit misleading. If you use this language in your own mind, what's going to happen is that you will be able to visualize your thought processes and therefore understand them from a objective point of view, and learn how to navigate your own mind with a structure that will enable information to constantly repeat itself according to that structure. So in a way, what this language will enable people to do is that instead of just going around your head and going around your thought processes and kind of getting lost into the ideas or the information that you're processing and analyzing, this language will help you find a structure in the information that you are analyzing. And so in a way, since our thought process is linear, because in order to think, we have the little voice, and the little voice acts upon language, which is linear. If we introduce a non-linear language in our mind, what's going to happen is that we're going to introduce a dimension. We're going to expand dimensionally, and the mind will be able to process information not anymore linearly, but on a field, a multidimensional field. And this, in a way, is a way to experience our own mind from a multidimensional point of view, without having to take psychedelics or without having to do other things. Also because once you start learning this language, your brain will like it, because it will be very easy to understand things that maybe weren't that easy until then. And by looking at information, by looking, being able to understand it, it's something that will enable the brain to go much faster, to analyze information in a faster way, but not faster in the sense like with more energy, that you'll do more effort in order to understand, but in a way that will enable you to just understand the concept by just looking at it. So being more aware, that's the right word. Maybe saying faster it's a little misleading. This language will bring more awareness on our thought processes and the way we interact with information in general. And one of the other aspects of this project that hopefully will become the main part of Estegua project is that through this language we can create platforms, online platforms, conscious networks, new kinds of social networks, that instead of having, you have a phone and you have to scroll down on Instagram, and this is the only movement that you do when you're on a phone. Either you're on Google and you have to scroll down through websites, or on Instagram or on Facebook or any social media, you're always scrolling. What's going to happen is that if someone, hopefully Estegua project, but when someone will create a platform that will organize all the information contained into the platform through this language or this structure, what's going to happen is that the experience of the internet is going to change. People won't have only one direction in which to go. There's going to be all sorts of directions, and the directions that one will take will depend on what question is he asking, what kind of information is he seeking. And again, this seems all very complicated, but the language is actually really simple. And I think that in a matter of months now, hopefully before the end of the winter, there's going to be the first publications, and we will publish the first things that will make you guys actually understand and actually see and analyze and study this structure. But what's going to happen is that this structure is going to enable people to see and perceive language and perceive information, and therefore being create a detachment from it that will provide awareness and objectivity on the topic, on the subject, on the information that you're analyzing. And so this is the main point of Estegua project. So then there's many other things that we're doing. For example, I'm here in Europe, and I'm going to bring this entire project close to Prague, probably very soon, in which there is a castle and many people like-minded that are working on raising the collective consciousness. So this castle is called Embodiment Castle, and it's in Prague or close to Prague. And yeah, we're gonna try to gather many people there, many like-minded people, and kind of make this project a reality with many other projects that other people will bring there. But fundamentally, this is the stepping stone of Estegua project, because once we're gonna publish this is what we're going to try to do: raise awareness through a change in the way we perceive information, and the realization that there is indeed a field of energy, a field of consciousness that we share. And it's not only that we share it, but we share its functions. The way it functions in the same way for everybody. And this language kind of proves this, or at least hints towards this direction, because as this language will show, indeed there is a common structure behind the workings of the minds of all people, and this structure is language itself. And to conclude this before, and then if you guys have some questions, I'll answer the questions. But to conclude this, basically what this language is, in my opinion, and this is a theory, this is my opinion on what I am doing, is that basically these are this language, it's basically the physical laws of the mental field that we all share, and of which we can access to, and we can access different dimensions of it and have different experiences, multidimensional experiences, mystical experiences. So there is this place, this field somewhere in the universe within ourselves that we can all access and have similar experiences. And in my opinion, this field is governed by language, in the same way as the materialistic field, the physical world that we all share, is governed by physics. And these two are not actually separated. They're actually a continuum of the same law, the logos, the fundamental workings of the universe. But of course, as being human beings, be kind of in the middle of the two, we perceive one in one way and one in the other way. So for example, imagine you're standing on the middle of the road, and by standing in the middle of the road, by being there, there's going to be a left and a right side. So by being human here, in a way that we can perceive physically this field and mentally another field, we perceive physics in one side and language in the other side. And so we kind of mapped up physics in the last century as human beings. We kind of understood how it's working, and many people in the past have learned and understood how the mental field is working, but then we forgot about it. And so hopefully this language will be a hint or a way, a help that people will have access to in order to figure out a little bit how their mind works, and figure out who they are and where they are, or when they are in their mind. Another way of seeing this is to say that one side is space and the other side is time. And time is actually a multidimensional field, not just a linear field that as we've been taught, but it's actually a multidimensional field. And language, it's the language is pretty much the law that this field uses in order to express itself in our mind. And so of course, in order to say that all of this is correct, and these are all the potential of this language is this, I'll have to wait till it's public, and then you guys will let me know if I was right, if actually this is what I think it is. But many people that I'm showing it to are agreeing on the fact that this has the potential to become a pretty big project, and to create situations in which people will have access to a new field of information and a higher level of awareness by learning a structure, a geometrical structure that is pretty much language itself, unfiltered. So language without the filters of sounds that we use to transfer the information from one mind to another. This is a language that doesn't need the sounds, but actually uses geometry in order to transfer this meaning from one place to another. Okay, so I'm looking up if there is any questions, but from the group chat here, I don't see any questions, so I'll keep going. I guess my time is done actually. So Actually, thank you very much, StarBloom, for bringing me on. Hope it wasn't too messy. I tried to bring a lot of information in, but let's say that to bring a new language and just present a new language, it's kind of a hard topic. So sorry, you guys, if I was a little bit messy and I went a little fast, but that's it. So I have no time. They tell me I have no time for questions. I'll answer the questions maybe on a live on Instagram. So thank you very much for hearing me. Thank you very much, StarBloom, for bringing me on. Happy solstice to everybody. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. And if you like the project and you want to know more, follow me on Instagram and follow the project. And we will let you know when the language is going to come out, which is going to be pretty soon. So thank you so much.
Hi everyone. It's a pleasure for me staying here. I only have 2 months speaking English, so being patient. Well, I go to start. First, I go to present myself. My name is Francisco Air. I work in a lot of things with energy. I made some courses and therapies and retreats. I'm from Argentina. I'm now here in England because the path some planet works. I'm here, and it's a pleasure for me to stay in that beautiful festival. I'm very excited to share with you about this thing. I call that like pillar of consciousness is an information we need to that new age we are arriving, so I go to start with that. These pillars represent a starting point to that new beginning, is like rebirth in that new consciousness. Obviously, I all the time speaking with energy, is that things we have to feel with love, embrace with love, to connect deeply and go on in that reality we want to create. So there is 9 in the beginning. I surprised today because I received 2 more. I was in taking a bath, and I received 2 more. So I came here, and I hope the time was enough to share. So I go to start with the pillars of the consciousness. The first one, all of them, before start, all of them is connected between them, so maybe, that was recorded, I think. So, but you can write, maybe is nice information to connect after that, and some questions, maybe in a meditation moment, reveal something important in your life. So I share to all of you with a lot of love. Hope that help someone or not, but for me it's enough to stay here to sharing that information. Yes, okay, let's start. The first one is be loyal to yourself. Coherence and action. What you feel, you act. The thing is, some starseeds came here or start to feel a lot of things, and all of that information only stay here in the mind, and some others block because the system don't want it. So be loyal to yourself is an expression to do what you really have to do here to be free and happy. And obviously all of that is in the next pillars. And the question here is if you are doing what you really want to do. And this is, you have to be honest with that, because your soul is listening to you and know the truth, the real truth, So this is the first thing, is obviously not so easy thing to deal, because we have a lot of information to do different things in our lives, and all of them is going or taking out to your real path. But the second pillar of consciousness, connect with this thing, is opening to the new sensitivity of all. And to do that, we need to be humble. We need the empathy to recognize parts of yourself in all living things, you know, in animals, in the trees, in the wind, in the mountains, and not only feeling your feels, you know, what you feel, feeling everything. Open the new sensitivity is about not only feel that things like tact or vision, if is more about open yourself to feel, really feel deeply all of that information we ignore all the time. Because there is a lot of information we ignore all the time. I remember an experience in Argentina near to Erx. I don't know if you know that place, about that place, but it's popular. In a moment we go to climb some rocks, and in a path, the name of the path is El Camino del Indio in Spanish. And in a moment the wind talk to me and say, you have to go now, you have to go back. And I didn't doubt about that information. So I say to the people, we need to go back, and we go back. And when I put my feet in the last rock, start to rain very aggressive way. And that information we forget, and the native people, the ancient information we have inside us is in our DNA. Remember all of that, but we need to connect with that information, because we put a lot of things over that and we ignore that information. And it's really necessary now wake up with this for the new age, because the planet is going up in the consciousness level. So we need to go with the planet. If not, something happened to us, you know. So the number 3 pillar is recognizing your real self, and that again is connect with your inner wisdom, is start to see deeply to yourself, obviously connected with your coherence, and that reveals information you need to know to recognize yourself. And obviously if you are open, you can feel more, you can be open with all of that information, and if you resonate with that, you can start to create something new, your new version. So feeling deeply that loving awareness that you are, and the contemplation and the quietness is required to do that, because with all of that noise we have all the time, we can't recognize anything. We have a lot of noise, so we need that quietness to listen really what we want, you know. And that question came, if you can feel what you really are. And with the other 2 pillars, the two questions came in, are you doing what you really want, is about the first, and the second one is if you really feel the connection with all things. So I think all of that is reveals to you a lot of information. Maybe you need to that present, that beautiful present. So the number 4 is about the identification, is about releasing all of that information we have and we don't need. This information to anchor to the matrix, and obviously to connect with that we need the emptiness the silence. We need, sometimes is that moment very dark in your life to realize nothing of this is filling me, is nutrition for me. So in that moment, I decided to change everything, change all of that I don't need, and start to reconnect with all of that I go to discover. But to feel that, I need to remove all of that, how can I say, names I put over me. I'm not man, I'm not tall, I'm not blonde, I'm not all of that. I'm not professional, I'm not all of that information we need to remove to find the real truth about us. And the question came, who came with that pillar, is how we live, is what we want, what we really want in the life, what is really important in our life. If we live speaking about separation or unity, if I act about unity or separation, because that is the real, is what you act, what you are doing in your life. And this connecting with the number 5, that pillar about the surrender, because I can't feel that the identification if I not surrender. I need to that surrender to feel the death of the ego. It's obviously is not the death, but it's like the real you, no longer beholden the ego, but it's like more a partnership. It's like the ego is telling me something I need to know, but it's only information. And the question who came with that is if you can really hear your ego as a master, and your fears, for example, and if you can see the information behind what you are feeling, because sometimes we react with that things because the ego responds instantly, and we need to check that information, to check your heart, what you feel, what you really are feeling with all of that. At that sometimes take time, and this time we need quietness, we need a meditation moment. And I don't mention the meditation like obviously the position, and no, it's not important things being like Buddha, that image perfect with the position and all of that. No, it's about the connection and the focus with your thing, what you really want to feel or contemplate is a word. So this is about that surrender, is about allow yourself being that healthy warrior, because we have an ancient pain. It's about that warrior wanting all the time wars because the separation, and I defend that position, and again wars and conflicts and all of that. But if you surrender to all of that battles, there is no war. There is inside you is no more war. So you can start to feel the both parts, and you can see both are true, both have reasons, both show something, but obviously it's a part, is if the duality. And to see that, you can't see that if you don't surrender, because you are in the white team or in the dark team, feeling good or bad, and all the time in that game. And if you are in a team in one of them, obviously you are not watching the whole movie. Even not being part of one of them, being part of both or no one, you can see a part of the story. Because of that, we need that humility, because the big mind, the big consciousness is very powerful, and our mind can see a part of this. So we need to connect with that, and the surrender, obviously. And the number 6 is about the courage and faith. It's about jump and fly, because if we don't jump with all of that information I was speaking, if we don't trust in all of that, I want to act, and maybe fear appear, and I need to jump. I don't care. I don't care if I am terrified, because that thing is making a stop in my life. I need to jump. So we need to do that. We need all of that pillars I mentioned before and after, but we need to trust. Even if you don't see, because we all the time say, if I can see, I believe on that. You know, in Spanish we have this phrase is lo veo y lo creo, but it's not that way. It's I believe, I create. Is lo veo y lo creo, perdón, lo creo y lo puedo manifestar. So that is important, because that requires the connection, but the courage, because you need to jump, and that jump shows to you the magic to turn everything in gold, because for you that movement is freedom, that movement, that action is coherence, is recognizing yourself, is all of that together. So I call that magic, that moment to connect with your warrior, but the healthy warrior, the sacred warrior, to go and jump, because defend yourself, defend your dream, defend your soul, you know. And that question came in that pillar: if you really are doing the things you really want, if you take risks in your life or not. And that connect with the number 7. I hope the time is okay. The number 7 is embrace the darkness. Embrace the darkness. Sorry. And that is an interesting point, because obviously we are talking about surrender. We are talking about the identification. We are talking about recognize yourself, both parts, good and bad, the darkness and light, because we are both. So if I don't embrace the darkness, it's one part, one piece of me I'm not embracing. So that is not love, because love is the unity of the things. So embrace the darkness is don't react or reject it, is don't deny it. So the question came is if you deny your darkness or not. And obviously the typical answer is no, I don't want the darkness. And the thing is, you don't have to be the darkness. You have to feel it and embrace it. You have to stay, you have to allow that that feelings or that energy on you, but you know what you want. It's not a definition for you, it's only information for you, you know? It's difficult to explain in Spanish. In English, I think is worse, but I'm trying so hard. So the number 8 is gratitude. But what the people say about the gratitude, but it's not the same if I say, for example, someone prepare the food and I say thank you and start to eat and I don't care and blah 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 and speak with about politics, or it's about feeling, vibrate the gratitude. And with all of things, you know, is like a way. I try to find the words, but yes, it's a way of life. Is connect with that vibration. Is like vibrate the essence of acceptance and respect to other person or to yourself, because sometimes we forget to say thank you to myself, because this path is really really hard, like starseed, staying here trying to remember and deceptions and blah 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 blah, and we need to feel that gratitude to us and to others, and that connect with the number 9 of the pillars, is freedom. And obviously that is another word very used, but you can feel the real freedom if you feel the other pillars. If you are doing what you really want, you are free. If you feel that gratitude, if you feel your darkness, if it's not like a prison for you, even the ego, even the identification, even that recognize to yourself, because when you connect with all of that information, it's obviously you are feeling that freedom, and that thing is like is embrace your multidimensionality, is feel without limits what you are, what you really are, and the abundance, the success, the magic of the universe is happening inside you, and you can manifest that in your real life. So the freedom allows you to manifest all of that you are, and you are something unbelievable, all of you, and that amazing energy have to be anchored in that planet. Because of that, we are here. So in the beginning, that 9 pillars was like the information I received for that beautiful event, but today received 2 more. And the number 10 is the possibilities are 1. That is very interesting, because we can see a lot of possibilities or possible futures, or your mind creating a lot of ways, like Google Map, for example, and with different ways to connect to one point, you know. But if that possibilities really are 1, if we accept that, if we can really see that, we can see that coherence I speak in the beginning, because you can ask to yourself what is telling your heart, and that is the possibilities being 1, because your heart, your human, your deeply being is telling you something, and this is one thing, this is one path, This is not a group of possibilities. That is our mind. And all the time we spend a lot of time creating more possibilities because we think more possibilities is more, I am very clever, I am very smart because I can see blah, 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 blah. No, you are smart if you can see all of that, but you create a path, your real path, and that is the path of freedom. Obviously, in the beginning, I mentioned that all of that pillars are connected between them. So all of that possibilities disappear being only one. And the number 11 of that pillars, beautiful pillars I receive, I'm sharing with all of you, is about the new age, the age of we are living now. It's about the feel the unity. We really need in that new moment, we really need to feel the unity, because now we need that, because there is a lot of people changing and feeling alone, feeling like, okay, I changed all of that because I feel it, but I feel alone because my old friends, I can feel like I'm not okay, or they, for example, say me something, or not accepting. For example, I don't know, I don't put the things required to travel. I don't want to mention it. All of that kind of things happening now, and we need to feel that family of light we are. Maybe it's not the blood family, maybe it's people who connect in your path, but we need that feeling, that feeling of I'm not alone. And the question who came with that is, if you feel alone with all of that awakening of consciousness. And I think all of that 11 questions, 11 pillars, there is a lot of information on yourself to listen, to stay in that quiet, in that silence, to can hear the really answer you need to hear. Obviously, we are going to that age, new age of we, but to be that group of people, that group of starseed, growing up, grounding, and all of that, we need to hold all of that information on us, and growing up individually to be that collective consciousness, and that is the new information, because I mentioned it, the new pillars of consciousness, because all of that experiences we lived like human beings until now prepare us to receive all of that information. Before, it's like the wind passing, we don't hear it. But now is the moment. Now is the moment to take this, embrace it, and believe in all of that, and believe in yourself, and practicing what you need to practice to hold on of that information. Maybe meditation, maybe painting, maybe yoga, maybe I don't care what, but each one need to connect with the magic. I call magic all of that, because we have magic. All of you have magic, and that planet, that your brother, sister there needs your magic, needs my magic to create the new reality, and the new doesn't mean the old is not good. No, the old is information. We need that information, because that is information we need to create a new one. And the new one maybe have a lot of the old, but something new. And we came here, we have that new that capacity now. Maybe years ago was not okay, but now we are ready to create all of that. So I don't know if I have more time. I check. Well, for me, it was a pleasure to stay here in that cooperating in that process of evolution, even if it's not my language. So please, sorry. Yes, no time for questions. Okay. Perfect. Well, okay, we are ready. So I'm listening the team. Okay, if you want to connect with my information or what I said or share to the world, you can go to franciscomr.com, and this is my webpage, and my Instagram is franciscomr too. So it's a pleasure for me share all of that, and obviously feeling that unity with all of you is nice, is warm, is what we need as human beings. So we are ready to go, I think. Bye bye to all. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. So I'm very excited to be here. Very excited to be part of this beautiful festival of consciousness. today. So we were just talking about the Akashic records and the Akash. The word Akash means literally ether. So let me just make sure. Okay, I will move closer to my modem. Let me just take my computer. I'm taking you around my house. This is just human life. My house is not very big, so we should be fine here. Okay, so as I was saying, the Akash is that element is that part that creates magic, which is consciousness. The DNA that we have, of course, there is a part of our DNA that is physical and that allow us to manifest into our phenotype, but there is a part of unconscious of our DNA, sorry, that is consciousness, that is truly that part of the particle of God that is embedded, that is in there in our DNA. So the Akash, when we talk about the reawakening of the Akash, we're talking about awakening that part of the Akash that goes beyond the physical, that goes beyond how you look like, goes beyond even how you think. So it is truly magical. And when there's something that I really love about the Akashic records, and it's like Akashic records, it's a word, it's just kind of like almost has become like a trademark, but it truly is opening to the fact that we are our channels, and our main, like the most important thing that we are here to channel in this human vessel is more of who we are. So a lot of the times when people goes looking for Akashic record readers, like, yes, that's really great. Sometimes we need that point of objectivity, but I do trainings on Akashic records, and is for you, because I want you to have the tool on how to access and how to allow to receive more of the light that you are within your human vessel. So now we're going to move into what means awakening the Akash, and how can we do that for ourselves, because not everybody wants to become an Akashic record reader. Not everybody wants to do it for other people. So how do I reawaken? How do I trigger, almost like, how do I poke that Akash within me and start receiving that truth of who I am? We have a visitor. She loves when I talk about the Akashic records. So basically there's something we have, like I was saying, that connection. Our Akash has that part, and I love that scientists are like, oh, it's just junk DNA, which truly is not junk DNA. It's just that we cannot understand it on the physical level. That other part of our DNA is something, it's a part of a DNA that is connected to something bigger than this human experience. So when you're thinking about going to an Akashic record reader, and I'm like, oh, I want to know more about my past lives, like, was I in Egypt? Was I in Atlantis or Lemuria? Or was I a millionaire, a dancer, or a singer? It goes beyond that, because we have past lives experience that are not even from Earth, that are from another planet, from another civilizations, and that are even not be in a physical container. And so we always hold that information. So that's something really beautiful about the Akash. You never lose that information. It's there, even in your physical body. That information is there for you to be able to retrieve that whenever it is that you're ready and your soul is like, this is the moment. And you can reclaim the gifts, the knowledge, the wisdom, the light that comes from other planets and from other lives and other systems and other consciousness and ways of living. And that's what is really happening right now, because a lot of people is like, okay, what is it? So we're talking about what? And now it's like, why and when? Why is it happening so much now that we are hearing so much these were Akash and Akashic records? Like all of a sudden it became like a trendy term, a trendy reading to do. Why? Well, because when a planet it's in the brink of that consciousness jump that we are right now, the planet gets given tools. So before, there's two reasons. Before, our planet was located in a part of the universe where we didn't have access to all the light coming from the central sun, from the office of God, if you want to call it that way. So we were located in like the corner, the farthest corner of this universe, and there was a lot of things in between us and the central sun. So we literally didn't have the path, like a clear path for all that light and knowledge and wisdom, and photons to come through and activate our Akash. Right now, our planet and our solar system make this turn. So we're not only not in the last corner, we kind of came into the system and we are facing the sun almost directly. And when you hear about the 2026 solar flash, is because we're going to be finally almost aligned with that. And that's what the Mayans used to call the sunrise of the galaxy. So right now we have, the veil is so thin right now that you don't have to be a monk, that you don't have to be someone that meditates every day or that has had meditated for many, many years to access this. I mean, of course, if you do, that's going to help. But if you don't, it is there for everybody. And that's what I love about this. I teach workshops where the first time people go and in that first session, they get answers to all the things that they've been wondering for many years and that are important to them. Is because we all have this gift. It's not something that is exclusive to certain type of human being. We all have access to this gift. And so I was going about this, how to reawaken it. So of course, now we're in a perfect place because we've been given that clear path. We're aligned or realigning with the central sun, but also we are in brink of consciousness. So the lords of the records, they're called Kumaras. They hold the records of this part of the universe. They hold it in the 9th dimension of Venus. So they are willingly opening and they are willingly letting us go into our records because they know that the moment that we're in is very important, that we have the access to our wisdom and to our life, because we are all important. No matter what job you think you're doing, no matter if you think it's big or small, your light and your wisdom coming from all the lives you had on Earth and other planets, it's important right now. That's one thing. Another thing that we have to recognize to open our Akashic records or to reawaken or to poke that Akash within our DNA, it's our upbringing and our ancestral lines. Of course, that has a lot to do in the sense that it's, we think about it as karma, but it's almost as in human expression. Our brains and our neural path and our neural systems were designed to keep us alive, right? From fire, from falling, from animals. So we create this neural path and then they become something that is epigenetic, and then it gets passed down through our ancestral lines of repetition. So karma really is not necessarily good or bad, it's just repetition, right? So when we think about someone that, or a family that normally falls into the same pattern or have similar accidents or disease is because it's the nervous system and it's the neuropath, and then ultimately the epigenetics following the pattern of repetition. But so that can come in between that option or that beautiful gift of opening your Akash. So truly, to opening your Akash, there's something else you have to do, and is to realize that you might have to drop some beliefs, that you might have to drop some beliefs that were within your family. Like, we have a lot of beliefs within our family that are not true when it comes to the light that we are. Beliefs that have to do with fear, with guilt, with undeserving, with not being like clean or sin. You know, I come from a Catholic religion, so it's like sin, sinner, you're dirty, whatever, you name it. So coming into the contact with the Akash is also realizing that you're going to have to drop all this. And I love that visual, because opening to the Akash looks like allowing God and allowing your guides and allowing your ancestors and the light and your angels and your guides to come around and give you this beautiful like hug. And it means also dropping the walls. So just allow the walls to drop. And how do we do that? Meditation is a great way to do that. To open the Akashic records, there are actually different prayers that you can use. I invite you to try them out. There's different ones online, and everyone would have a different connection with the Akashic records. So you might start using one prayer, and then with time you realize that you might want to develop your own prayer that you are channeling and that you are receiving. So it's something very unique, and as humans we always find ways to try to put it into container and organize it. And so this is a process. You do it like this, you say this prayer, and then you do this, and then you close like this. But what I love is that the most important thing is puts you in contact with your own wisdom. So with time and with practice, you are going to start receiving your own way of opening your records, your own way of working with the records. So when you open your records, you might wonder, like, what is it that I'm receiving? And that's very important. It's very important to know this, because a lot of people get discouraged when they open the records and they don't receive logical, linear information. So when we are opening the records, a lot of the time we expect like this very concise paragraph or this very concise image, very clear. Yes, no, go this way, go this way. And so we might realize that that's not how it happens, because the Akash is not meant to bring you this linear information. The Akash is quantum. And so the way the Akash comes about to bring you the messages is more through the emotional feeling, is more through the body, is very somatic. So with the time, it does align with your own particular gift. So for example, if you're more clairaudient, so you might realize that with time, it might start as a feeling or a sensation, and then with time, it evolves into words, right? It adjusts to your gift, and that's very beautiful. For someone else, it might come as a feeling first, right? Like, I'm feeling this coldness, I'm feeling this here on this chakra or on these arms, or I'm feeling constricted, or I'm feeling really happy, depending on the questions you're making. But then with time, it starts becoming very visual, and you receive these visuals because it's aligning with your own gifts that are unique. With time, you might realize that there's energy that comes and pours out of your hands as you open the records, and it's like, what is this? I was expecting like almost like just a book. Like, I was expecting a very specific answer about my question. And so I love to say this because people get discouraged when they open the records and they don't receive this in this linear way that we are used to. But the Akashic records never come through the brain. They come through our heart center. So it's really beautiful when someone really explains you this. And so you don't get discouraged the first times you're opening your records. So you trust that they'll come in the perfect way, designed by the wisdom of your soul for you. So that's something very important. What are the things that I can use the records for? So there's a vast variety, because the Akashic records truly is the information, all the information of your soul. So imagine the amount of wisdom and light that there are in the records. Before we go into, it's kind of related, the how can I use it? It's like, what you might think of the drivers or the awakeners of the Akash. So before, because we were in the night of the galaxy, we were not receiving the light codes from the central sun directly. The things that would poke and reawaken our Akash and make our Akash come alive were things and experiences related with fear, with guilt, with not feeling deserving, with unfinished business. So really like bad karma. That were the things. So for example, there's a case of a journalist that kept getting throat infection after throat infection after throat infection, and he couldn't do his job, and he was a journalist. So he finally went to an Akashic record reader, and they realized that in a past life he had died strangled because he was spreading the word of God. So immediately, like, he healed, because now he had the consciousness, now he knew what was going on. But he realized that his Akash was being triggered from fear, from a past experience that was related with fear and guilt and karma, and maybe sometimes vows. We have had lives where we've taken vows of castity, poverty, different type of vows, depending where we were incarnated. But now, the beauty of this is that now, because we are coming into the sunrise of the galaxy, our Akash starts to react and be driven into our body through experiences that are more of the light. So you might even be having Akashic record experience when you go to a yoga class, a yin yoga class, or a yoga nidra, and then you start receiving these beautiful things. Those are the things that now are going to start reawakening our Akash. Going to a sound healing bath, this can really ignite and make your DNA rise the vibration to the point where, like, okay, we're open, we are safe, let's receive all the beauty and the wisdom of who I am. So what I love about the Akashi is it can be so general, right? Like, if you are a sound healer, you might be channeling that from a past life or a life in another galaxy, in another planet, where sound was, the way of healing. If you are a Reiki healer, the same. If you are a book writer, right? It doesn't just only apply to spiritual life, or even though we came here to bring spirituality into the matter, you can be channeling your books. You can be channeling recipes. If you are a cook, you can be channeling new ways of practicing yoga, or new ways of doing Reiki or acupuncture, or even new ways of doing chiropractic. So when you start reawakening your Akash, you truly start coming into contact of more of the light of who you are. So this is a tool that is very intimate and is very sacred. And it's just supposed to bring you closer to the light that you are, to bring light to those places that are not dark. I mean, we say dark, but it's just unknown. Darkness doesn't mean bad. Darkness means that we haven't brought the light there to discover what gifts are there and what treasures are there. So that's the beauty. That's really beautiful about the Akash. And there's something that is just pouring down for me today as we are in the solstice. Before we move into questions, there's something truly beautiful pouring in, and it's the fact that if you are here today, if you are listening to this talk, is because your soul drove you to this knowledge for a reason. This is not random. This is not like, I saw a link. No, your soul brought you here. And in heaven, there is a party. There's a multi-dimensional party of reverence. And this is something they really want me to say. Coming into the matter, coming into the most dense expression of God, which is planet Earth, the third dimension. Coming here is for tough souls. Being all the love that we are and the light that we are, and willingly covering with a veil and forgetting that we come from there and coming here in the human world, it's something that is not for every soul. So in heaven, there's a lot of reverence for what we're doing. And for those listening now or later, is if you're listening later, you're listening now, because time is quantum. So this message comes for you. There's reverence in heaven for your human experience. There is truly reverence. And this is the PhD of the spiritual world. And I just wanted to share that with you and everyone that is here, that what we're doing as humans and what we're doing in this group, and if you're listening, is very sacred and is very big for the universe. I think before, let me see if there is any questions. Let me see. Oh yeah. I don't see any questions for now. Okay, before I get any questions, I would like to say what might come through an Akashic record reading with me, or what normally I find, and why it's so healing. So through the Akashic records, the information that will come through is the information that is most pertinent for you at this moment of your existence. So even though you might ask about past lives or even the future, which the future, they might talk about potentials, but because it's free will, questions about future or yes and no are normally not answered. They can tell you how it looks like, but there's always potentials and free will. So sometimes people get disappointed because they're like, I want to know if I was a priestess, or if I was a priest, or if I was in Egypt, or an Atlantean, or a magician, or if I was in Glastonbury, all of these things. But the truth is the Akashic records are very assertive. So they're going to tell you exactly what you need to hear at that moment for your growth. And the information is filtered. You can imagine this big file of what your soul is and has been, and then it's filtered by your masters, teachers, and loved ones. So masters, you can think of any ascended master that you have a connection with. Your guides can still be ascended masters, angels, archangels, and different light beings, and then or ancestors from different planet systems. I love that. And then your loved ones, of course, are your ancestors from this human experience that have passed in the light. And so you can think of them as, the board. Companies have a board of executives. So this group of teachers, masters, and loved ones are like the board of executives that are like filtering all the information coming through the Akash in regards to your questions, and then saying like, okay, he or she needs to know this. Was I a priestess in a past life? Oh, that's not relevant right now. You can ask later. You can try in a month, you can try in 3 months, but for now, it's not relevant. So normally it would answer questions, for example, very important questions that you can ask. Is there something in my bloodline? Is there something in my ancestral line that I am meant to transmute? Is there any implants? There's something that comes a lot through my readings. Like if there's implants from past life, there's a lot of implants that they have put there with certain intentions. The good news is that we can clear them. if there is blockages in your chakras, there's a lot of information that comes about the chakras. In my case, I get a lot of connections with the archangels that are supporting your journey, with that consciousness of the archangels that might be supporting your journey. That's something that comes and then is really beautiful, because then you kind of know you have an extra entourage light helping you and how you can ask for help. And then there's something really beautiful that comes through in particular for me, and it's a quantum meditation. So with quantum meditation, I want to say is a meditation that I'm leading for you, is guided from your master's teachers and loved ones, but it really happens in another dimension. So when we're doing this, we truly going quantum, and we're going into your quantum DNA, and we're truly activating and healing. I have a question. Is the method therapies for accessing the records important? I think that, I mean, the method kind of looks very similar to for all readers, but like I said, everyone has a different path. Like, it's like you start creating this relationship with the Akash, and you start having like your own path. So I have noticed that there is readers that have like a path that is very like past life. You know, they're like very into past life, what you did in your past life, all these Lemurian, Atlantean, Egyptian past life. So they have that route, and that's normally how they connect. There's other Akashic record readers that are very in core, guided to have a connection with your core self. There's other ones that are more into just, you know, it's also the dynamic. There's a lot of them that are very into just answering the question. And for example, in my case, I like to kind of weave together, not just drop the bomb of like this. It's just weave what's happening, help you integrate. So there is different type of readers. There's readers that charge you by question. There's readers that charge you by time. There's readers that charge you if you want to record it or you don't want to record it. I feel like when you are about to choose your Akashic record reader, you should go with your gut. Like, maybe go on the web and look at their pictures, look at their webpage, and see if you feel that connection, if you feel that gut pull. And then I think that'll be the best way for you to find your reader. And for sure, that reader will have the best method when it comes to if you want to have someone read your Akashic records, or you can do it yourself. So there is a prayer. It's very good if you want to start. Is the prayer of Linda Ho. So Linda, H-O-W-E. It's very simple prayer. It's a very loving and protective prayer. So that's a really good way to start for yourself. So I will get into calm, meditative space, loving space, then open the records and just allow it to flow. If you wanted to start by yourself, because I truly also believe in empowering others. I don't want to hold you hostage with my knowledge. I want to share it. So I also think it's beautiful if you want to do it for yourself, and even for your pet. You can open the records of your pets, your plants, your crystals. Just make sure you ask for permission. You always have to ask for permission. Let's see if there is any more questions. No, I think that's all the questions. If you want to find me, the best way to find me is on my Instagram, because otherwise I get like, there's a lot. So my Instagram is Lore Marti, which is the first 4 letters of my name and then the 5 letters of my last name together. So Lore Marti. And I do have a webpage where I have all my sessions, which is www.thegoodkarmalife.com. The good karma, because that's how we are supposed to start living on, is reclaiming all those gifts. And that's what I love about the Akashic records, because it's not just about the healing, it's about going in there and truly reclaiming so many gifts that we have. And yeah, I hope this was enlightening. I hope this make you feel like you are part of this beautiful, it's not an experiment. is a project. You are not an experiment. I hope this made you feel like a very important part of the project of God in this universe. And I hope you have a beautiful day and continue in a festival. I'm gonna go now and wish you the most beautiful solstice, family.
Hello and welcome everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Happy winter solstice. Oh my goodness. Welcome to StarBloom. Thank you, Spencer, for having me. Thank you all for being here. What a joy to come together today in celebration of this beautiful and powerful energetic portal, and to open ourselves to higher consciousness and unconditional love. If we're meeting and relaxing together for the first time today, hello and welcome. My name is Susy, and I'm the founder of the Copper Vessel and the Sound Healers Academy, and it's an incredible joy and honor to be with you today. Today we're going to be relaxing deeply in a crystal alchemy sound bath for inner light activation. And this time that we have together is just for you. It's just for you to relax, to connect with that light within yourself and amplify it out, which is really what the winter solstice is about. You know, winter solstice is the shortest day of the year. It's the longest night. It's the most darkness that we experience all year. And it's in this time of external darkness that we are invited to connect with, remember, and amplify our inner light. And to remember that light is always available to us. We get to be that light and shine that light into the world. And from there, miracles take place. So if it's your first time in a sound bath, all you really need to know is that a sound bath is pretty much one of the most relaxing things that you can do. I'll be playing these crystal bowls that you see before me, which are very special, and I like to say they're magic, but there's a lot of science behind what they do. They'll help to move energy through your body, activating, clearing, balancing your chakras, your energy centers, bringing your mind, your body, and your spirit into a state of balance and harmony. It has been said that intention plus frequency equals healing, and today is a day of amplified healing. So I invite you, before we begin the sound bath, to set an intention. And maybe you have already set your intentions for winter solstice today, but if you haven't taken that opportunity yet, really tune into your heart and notice what's present for you today. And as we experience this powerful energetic portal that is winter solstice, what is it that you are being invited to let go of? You know, there may be shadows, darkness coming up for you to look at, to bring light to illuminate, so that you can release and look towards the light and say, what is it that I'm here to call in? And as we move towards this new year and the return of the light, what is it that you want to create? How is it and who is it that you want to be? For me, this solstice, I am deepening into the experience of unconditional love, of being love, and holding that frequency of love on earth. And I deeply believe that all of the incredible, sometimes painful and challenging shifts and the upheaval that's taking place on earth right now is really guiding us into that deeper experience of love. And I know that that experience begins within me just as it begins within you. So my intention in creating this space for us to relax together today and to tap into and activate and amplify our inner light is to help with spreading that frequency of unconditional love, so that that consciousness becomes the pervasive consciousness here on earth, because that's what we're moving towards. So without any further ado, I have you guys up here on the chat. Oh, I see you guys chatting in. Agnes, I'm so glad you're here. Welcome, the Ruby Guardian. If anyone wants to chat in and say hello, I would love to connect. And afterwards, if you have any questions, I'm so happy to connect. Yes. But for now, let us dive in and relax very deeply. Someone shared they love the pastels. So these bowls that I have are very special. I'm working with the chakra system today. But I brought a few bowls in particular to support us in this energetic portal that is winter solstice. So 2 of the bowls are infused with platinum, which brings in the energy of the divine feminine. It's the divine mother. It's balancing for our emotions. It's helping us to open and expand the light in our hearts. And these 2 bowls are actually tuned to the heart chakra as well. This bowl is working with the 3rd eye chakra, and it's infused with emerald. So it's bringing in the energy of courage. It's also heart energy, the energy of timeless love, courage, and wisdom and abundance, bringing abundance and love and courage to us. So we walk as that here on earth. Okay, so go ahead now and find a nice, comfortable place of stillness. I'm gonna get this too. Okay. And if you're somewhere that you can lie down, lie down. If you're out and about, that's totally fine. You can find a nice, comfortable seated position. But if it's possible to lie down, I recommend that you do that. And find a position where you can fully receive, where you can let go and give yourself the gift of this time that we have together. If you have something that you can use to cover your eyes, that will be great. It's going to support you in going even deeper into the experience. If you have headphones, that can also help to enhance the experience because it will support you in really hearing and experiencing the binaural beat that these 2 bowls are going to create. It sounds like wah wah. Helps to balance the left and right hemispheres of the brain, bringing you into these deeper states of consciousness. In any case now, go ahead and find that comfortable place of stillness. I'm gonna do a quick sound check, so just make sure that your volume is adjusted to a level that feels good for you. Make sure you can hear my voice. Make sure you can hear the bowls. It's gonna be different for everybody watching on different devices. And then settle in. Get out any last wiggles or fidgets. Find your nice comfortable place of stillness, and maybe it feels good to have your hands on your belly or your heart center. Or maybe you'd like to have your arms by your sides with your palms facing up, symbolizing that you are ready to receive. And bring your attention now to your breath. Just begin to notice it. Notice the nature of your breath in this moment. This time of year can feel very busy, sometimes heavy, sometimes overwhelming. Ask yourself if there's anything that you've been holding on to that today you would like to release. And when you're ready, go ahead and take a deep cleansing breath in through your nose for 3, 2, 1. Hold it in. And with a sigh, let it go. Take another deep inhale. Feel an expansion in your belly and your chest. Sip in a little bit more air. And with an even bigger sigh, let it go. For this last deep breath in together, as you inhale through your nose, go ahead and squeeze every muscle in your body. Squeeze your fingers, your toes, your face, your belly. Call in any stress or tension you've been holding on to that you're ready to release. Sip in a little bit more air and squeeze. And with the biggest sigh of all, continue breathing deeply in through your nose and out through your mouth. With every breath, feel your body relax. Feel yourself letting go. And bring your attention now to your heart center. As you breathe, imagine breathing into your heart space. With every breath, feel your heart begin to soften and open. And feel yourself going deeply within. As you journey into the depths of your heart space, begin to connect with a spark of light in your heart. And as you feel into this pure white light in your heart space, become aware that it is a very special light. This heart, this light, this soul within you, it is pure, it is true, it is good. And this light is a light of unconditional love. Here to guide you. So as you breathe, feel the light beginning to grow and expand within you. And as it grows to fill your whole heart, notice as you begin to feel a deep sense of calm. And as the light grows and expands and begins to fill the rest of your body, imagine it filling each and every one of your cells. And allow your body to melt into the light. Feel yourself getting lighter and lighter. Until you feel as though you've begun to float. Feel yourself as this light of consciousness, as this light of infinite possibility, as this light of pure, unconditional let it take you wherever it is that you need to go tonight. Let your spirit soar. If at any point on your journey you become aware of thoughts or inspirations or distractions, don't try to stop them or judge them. Just acknowledge them and allow them to pass like a shining star shooting across the night sky. And always bring your attention back to these healing sounds and back to your breath. With every inhale melting into light, with every exhale Bring your attention back to your breath. Just begin to notice it. Start to become aware of your body. Scan yourself from head to toe. And notice how you feel. Notice any sense of calm or stillness. Notice if you can feel your body vibrating. Bring your attention once more to your heart center. Maybe placing your hands on your heart. Take a deep inhale through your nose and a full exhale through your mouth. Feel the infinite light of love within you. And in knowing that you are whole. You are enough. You are healing. And you are loved. And as you prepare to return and greet the rest of the day, and this season and this life ahead, I invite you to do so with your heart open and full of love. And to take this light you've activated and shine it forth. Because this world needs the light and the gifts that you came here to share. One more deep inhale. Full exhale. Very slowly start to come back into your body by wiggling your fingers and your toes. Circle your wrists and your ankles and stretch your arms and your legs. And when you're ready, start to come back into the space around you and gently blink your eyes open. And welcome back. How are you guys feeling? Please be so kind to yourself as we move through this day and this season. Remember, this light is always within you and you can return here at any time. Drink lots of water. There's a lot of energy moving right now, and we moved a lot of energy in this sound bath. If you have any questions, you can chat them in, or you can send me a DM on Instagram. My Instagram's The Copper Vessel. I love to hear from you. I would love to connect. Love to hear about your experience and anything coming up or through for you right now. So please reach out and just know that on this journey of life on earth, you are not alone. You are not alone, and you are so very loved. So thank you for joining. Thank you, Spencer, for having me, and for all of the other incredible souls presenting today. This is so special that we get to come together like this and celebrate consciousness and raise our awareness as we bring 5D consciousness and the consciousness of unconditional love creating heaven here on earth. I see you guys are chatting in. You feel amazing. Yay. Oh, I'm so glad. Olivia, Pausa, Agnes, I love you. Thank you all for being here. Such a joy, such an honor. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm sending you all so much love and infinite solstice blessings. Take such good care and stay in touch. And I look forward to relaxing with you all again very soon. Thank you.
thank you for joining us, and thank you to all the other beautiful speakers. And we welcome you, welcome this beautiful day, beautiful energy as we are here on Mother Earth. My name is Anais, Szabo, and we're here to share some of consciousness and star beings and moving into these times, and as these different things keep on layering for the collective and for all of humanity, it's become very, very vital to use your own spiritual abilities, your instincts, to go beyond your conditioning and start to tune into your consciousness. And what is that? You are consciousness, yes? And we're here, and being here incarnate in these vessels means that we have to remember, we have to reorganize ourselves to expand, to meet ourselves, to be able to grow and to move into your purpose, right? And to move into why you're actually here. What are you here to do? Are you here to help? Because I do believe you are. So my grandparents came from Hungary, and then on my maternal lineage, and on my paternal lineage, my grandmother came from Finland, and I have Romani ancestors. My star family, which is mostly Syrian, I have always connected through my Romani lineage, always, and also through my Hungarian lineage. So the blood in me, the extra DNA in me is very ancestral, and how they've worked with the lineages for so long brings a great deal of wisdom in my bones, right? To recall and remember and be open in the place I am now, where I'm now able to fully work with them and help others, right? And together we work towards helping the collective. It's important to share stories of how things become, right? And how I've become who I am, and remembering my mission and remembering so deeply, and then expanding with that and evolving within the space of each layer I move into in this incarnation. It's very powerful, it's very intense, it's very, it's been very intense, right? And so as these times are building and building, getting stronger and stronger, it's so much more appropriate for me to be where I am, appropriate for me to understand where I am, and to have gone through everything I've gone through and continue to go through in order to help, right? And to be here and to fully give as much as I do of what I know and what my star family brings through, and the council, and how, again, the work moves towards the collective, right? The collective consciousness of humanity. It's important to recognize yourself and to recognize that everything is about choice, right? And now with so much happening in choices attempting to be taken away from many people, you have to choose, right? You have to choose what your position is, what your place is, where you stand, what do you stand for? If you don't, you are being chosen for, right? So we're at a point where it's vital for people to really get brave and step up and want to really open themselves up to their purpose. And is that easy? No, it's hard, and you have to face yourself and your density and your darkness over and over and over again, to keep exploding and keep blooming and keep falling apart, to expand yourself more and more, right? There's no one ascension that you're going to get to. It takes work. There's time, and it's your work. It's your unique work and your own very personal tenacity, right? That you can dig into, like, how where is my spiritual endurance? Do I have some? How can I create more? Where can I allow myself to start having more space, more openness, more willingness to go into all the hard stuff, right? All the dense is the best word. I like to look at energy. You know, people use the word unconscious. When there's density, there can be a variety of energies there. There could be karmic, ancestral, this lifetime, trauma, all that stuff, right? Can be all these things clumped into density. We want to bring into awareness. And this is where the work unfolds pace by pace for each person. My star family speaks of how this timeline we're in and how this illusion of linear time that our minds like to ride is quickening. There is an actual change in frequency and tonality towards what we perceive how much time we have, right? So this has nothing to do with your chronological age or even how many times you've incarnated. It's more to do with energy building, right? And moving much faster. So if you're just starting your journey, let's say spiritual journey, it will feel a certain way, right? It might feel too fast or get anxious or overwhelmed. And as you start to move along your own journey, this will change, right? I give the example of if you're just starting or you're wherever you are on your path, this frequency raising, it can be experienced in ways that feels crushing or crumbling, right? It's very important to start to go inward in a very, very real and very, very palpable way, disconnecting from the matrix reality every day for given amounts of time to pull back from that, pull back from the machine, pull back from the energy of all that is not natural, right? We'll say that, and allow your own energy to find its positioning and its movement within this new vibration that's coming through. This will be the guide, right? This will be part of the guiding in. And there's a lot of heart energy that's happening, heart space energy, because so much so much of what's coming at us is very much shutting down the heart space, shutting down the third eye, shutting down, you know, these upper energy centers, and where we connect directly to creative, right? Through this energy center. If there's an attack here, people start to resonate and live at very low vibrations, right? Lower energy centers, fear, wanting to fight or flight, control energy, being controlled, and then being willing to fight for that control, right? And imposing that will upon others who are choosing something different. So allowing your energy to move into your heart space, clearing out as much as you can in your third eye and your pineal gland, and connecting directly to Creator is so, so, so important and so powerful. And it's you want to come back to that because that's part of what they want to disconnect, right? Disconnecting people. If you find yourself disconnected from source, right? I can feel very lonely. Then what is there, right? There's what I'm being told, which maybe that doesn't feel good anyway, but right? And then the constant devices and being bombarded with technology, right? This technology, matrix technology, it really creates a perfect storm. And so letting yourself loosen up, loosen your energy to find your space. And you can only really find that alone and in stillness, right? And in going inward, releasing and grounding, connecting your energy to this planet is we really need to be doing that when you're here incarnate. I know I work with a lot of people, and it becomes a thing for folks, right? Like not grounding and not connecting to this planet because somewhere inside of them there's some story that has to do with not actually wanting to be here, right? And wanting to be home and not knowing what that is, and having pain and fear around that, and trauma that bubbles up. And then a knee-jerk reaction is to disconnect from this planet. Well, this planet is where we are. This planet feeds us. She's beautiful. And that's our birthright, is to connect, right? To release, to have a beautiful release of our energy. Any old energy that's ready to go goes deep into Mother Earth, and she alchemizes that as she will. It's a gift. It's a gift, and it keeps one standing firm, right? Standing here, actually being here on this planet. You know, so much of distraction and distortment into false realities, into animated AI realities, completely disconnects from a person from this planet. But how couldn't it, right? If you're in your mind, you're not being creative. There's no creative energy connecting or channeling through you. You're being bombarded with imagery, with things that are false, utter programs, right? So even if being within that is part of what you do, it's also so important to be outside and to let your energy run and connect. All of this to say, none of this is small or simple. This is complex. And, you know, so many people feeling their purpose calling, but maybe not completely in alignment with their purpose yet, but they know that it's coming, right? And again, so many people are asking, and well, how do I get in more alignment? How do I connect to my guides? All this way, right? There's no quick way. It takes work. It takes patience and willingness to, again, take yourself on over and over. And it's challenging. It's very challenging. With this higher frequency that is happening here, right? It's also bringing in a very, how will I say this, translate this kind of energy, like a percolating energy, right? It's percolating, it's bubbling. So there's so much possibility once you start to just tap into that frequency and hold it when you can, and let your energy, your very DNA adjust to this frequency that's so full and ripe with possibility. It does take a willingness to let creative energy channel through you, right? Creative energy as in, what do you see? What does your imagination show you? What does your sight show you, right? Not what you're told, not what you've been wrongfully educated, but what you know, what you feel. What is your spiritual gifts, right? What are your abilities? Are you super empathic? Do you have vision? Do you have multiple? And starting to work with that and let that be your guiding force. This is a huge part of the work I do in my trainings with groups, is helping people to remember and recognize their strongest spiritual abilities, and let that be the boat, right? Let that be the boat to navigate and help clear out other energies. When you can trust your ability, even if it's just well, I get a knowing, right? And to really, really start to trust that, so many things will open, so many new realities and portals into other abilities will begin to open. But you have to be willing to use that and use your abilities, and don't question them. Even if you have doubt, you don't question, right? Okay, well, maybe I'm getting this hit. What does this mean, right? Not that you're wrong. Energy can come in as metaphors. Most of the time it does. You know, you're going to be guided in a certain way that might not fit within this 3D structure. And so that takes that third eye opening up more and more, and using those feelings to feel and see what's happening and combining, right? Because collectively, as holistic beings, we do have the ability to use all of the spiritual senses and even open deeper up into telepathy. It's how I communicate with my star family. Telepathy, they speak that way. So we have all these abilities that sometimes are latent, and we have to wake them up. And I do find a thing, it's some kind of amusing that, you know, you have an awakening, and you begin to move through that, and you know, okay, here it is now, here I go. Well, it's not just one thing, right? It's continuous. That's why you're here. Life is a school of learning, and there's missions and purposes depending on who you are and where you come from. And all of that takes a long amount of you being willing to do the work, right? This amount of energy that needs to alchemize, right? So it's not simple and small and all of a sudden, boom. That's a setup. I watch people set themselves up, because then that turns into a space where you start to be negative to yourself and critique and think these inappropriate, you know, things because you think you did something wrong, or oh, I knew it, or whatever that go back to is, right? We really have to readjust the relationship with the mind. The human mind is a tool. It's not in charge, but yet most people, I won't say most people, a lot of people, right, live in their head, live in that constant, all their energy is condensed around their mind as if that's it. You think everything and that's it. If I think it long enough and hard enough, I can change things. Not really. You know, you got to drop in. You got to let your energy start moving and use the thinking to then expand you into more creative thought, expand you into consciousness, into your consciousness, into your connection to your own, again, abilities, and to your guides that come and want to speak to you. Star beings, sky people, you know, most cultures speak of them, and not outwardly, but it's you know, talked about to one another, talked about through story and mythology and folklore, and as I said, most of my star family is Syrian, and the way that they work with have worked with my ancestors and how that energy moves through me is very unique. So different guides bring different energy. Star beings bring a very particular energy. It's the very obviously higher consciousness, right? They're of higher consciousness, and so being again incarnate and expanding with the incarnation to remember that and tap into all those gifts is very powerful. It took me almost dying. It took me going through so many things, so many very, very hard and very, very real awakenings to land where I am, right? So it takes, again, that spiritual drive. And with this frequency and with what is happening with the matrix and what's coming at humanity, from a bigger picture, it's actually really, really right. Like I was starting this whole talk of energy is very possible right now because there's so much available. If you can pull back from the propaganda, from everything that's being pushed, right, to shut people down, to keep people quiet and in fear and locked away, right, away from each other. But from a bigger picture, there's so much happening that is very exciting, and we need to step up and meet that. And that's where each person comes in. That's where you come in with, where are you? What are you doing on your path? What are you willing to do? What are you answering the calls? Are you answering the call of your heart, the call of spirit, the call of your guides? Or are you just listening and being in that lower vibration where it's fear, but fear has many faces, right? Fear is slippery and sticky, especially programmed fear, so that it triggers overwhelm. It triggers a burnout, right? A burnout. People's nervous systems are fried, right? Even just being in this modern reality, a lot of the work is helping people to soothe the nervous system, right? And so that creates an overwhelm, and that overwhelm in your vessel creates a inhospitable place, right? And so part of when we feel that way in our vessel, we jump out unconsciously, right? Energy will spread, our energy, not expand, but move it around. And so deciding and committing to yourself where you are and what you want to do, and even if you don't know what that is or how you're going to do it, but you know there's a calling, now's the time to answer. There is no more time, and now is the time, right? We are very excited to be gathering people who've gone through these trainings and creating a more advanced work where the collective, conscious collective will be very, very focused on and helping consciousness to have ways, and helping higher consciousness in these visions that my star family brings and shows. They aren't just going to show up and do it for people. People have to do the work, right? You can't connect to a higher consciousness being from a very low vibration and just expect them to fix everything. That's not the way it works. But we can participate greatly participate in these changing times. And how do you do that, right? And it's a question to ask without an immediate answer, right? Maybe you don't have an immediate answer, and that's okay. But posing that question and continuing to follow energy, right? Following energy. Oh, I'm feeling interested in this. Let me learn a little more. What else is happening for me? You know, learning your triggers, learning where you might be sabotaging yourself, right? Where you might say, no, that's not for me. But deeper, it's maybe you don't feel good enough, you don't deserve that, you know, all that stuff, all part of the density, right? Get your energy running. Get your energy running in a way that you can tell when you're grounded. You can tell when you're not grounded. That's what's more important. Like, ooh, I feel spun, and my energy is like super concentrated. Am I even grounding? You ask that question, your energy follows your intention. So, okay, ground. Yeah, you can sit in meditation and run your energy and be there for as long as you want, and it's beautiful. You can also do that when you're out in public, engaging the public, right? Like, oof, let me ground, let me make sure my protection is strong. Most people probably already know that, and the reminder is to do it more, pay more attention, because more is coming at us. And so any in, right? That's how entities and dark energy work. When there's an in, when there's an unconscious, that's how they get in. And there are, you know, scouts and things out there. So you want to be very mindful of your energy, very, very keeping yourself in a safe space, energetically speaking, so you can see what's happening. It's different than being in fear. Fear, and then everything is like shuts down and like you kind of can't see, right? You're breathing heavy. That overwhelm comes in. That's totally different, right? Protection, so that your energy is protected, so you can see, feel, taste, touch what truth is around you and happening, and what's actually coming at you from a place where you have a filter, right? Protection filters us from things we don't want, unwanted energy. So it's all comes down again to the third eye, into that pineal gland, and working that energy. As someone with extraterrestrial blood, my third eye has always been my biggest gift, vision, which was not fun when I was a kid. It was quite a scary world I lived in, seeing things and not knowing how to interpret it, and the adults around me didn't speak to these things. So it was very intense. And where did I find comfort? Was being in nature and listening to my star family and having them guide me in ways that I knew, and connecting to the animals. And so we look to what we know, right? You look to what you know spiritually, what feels appropriate and in alignment with you spiritually, right? And what are those gifts again? And how can you build a deeper relationship with your gifts, right? This is how you connect deeper with your guides. It's through you. This is not outside of you, it's through you. And so the more healing you do, layer by layer, piece by piece, the more open you become, right? The more your energy's in movement and flow, and you can evolve. This is how evolution works, spiritually speaking, energetically speaking. And again, just to close with this frequency that's coming, it is very powerful, and you can tap into this to help accelerate your own growth, your own tenacity, and your own willingness to continue to do the work. It's a very, its intention is not to be helpful, right? But it is super helpful for us in our practices and in our evolution. So tapping in and giving yourself space and break from the matrix reality, right? Good. It's been a pleasure, and I send everyone much love and many blessings.
Hey, hey, it's JJ. Wow. Just feeling all the energies of everyone here. These frequencies are incredible. I definitely want to say thank you for having me here, for inviting me to this epic festival of consciousness, this collaboration of unity consciousness. It means a lot for me to be here. So thank you to everyone that's holding space watching and everyone that helped to create this. Thank you. So I'm really excited on this beautiful portal day, this solstice day, to dive right in and talk about crop circles. So for anyone that might not know, what are crop circles? I'm going to go into how they are mysteriously created, different shapes and geometries that are found in the fields all over the world. So these are found in over 20 countries all over the world, especially in England, near historic castles and sacred sites. Here we go. Okay, let's get into it. Here we go. But they're found all over the world, right? So Australia, Italy, Germany, Switzerland, USA, these shapes are imprinted into the fields, and they're mostly found in wheat and canola and barley fields, but they're also found in all kinds of fields, even in the snow. And they became increasingly popular in the 70s, 80s, especially in the early 90s. They started really being reported by the media a lot. And many of them have been discovered with no logical explanation for how they were created, right? So this Juliet huge crop circle, this spans over 300 feet in diameter. It's a spiral of 149 circles that was named after the French mathematician Gaston Julia. And you can see here this highway that's by Stonehenge, this sacred site. There was a cab driver that reported finding a beam of light, witnessing this beam of light come from the sky when this was reported found. And so since this is a popular site, many people, pilots, helicopters confirmed that this was made in only 15 minutes and that no one had been permitted in this part of the field. So this is a phenomena that's also researched by scientists and physicists that have found that electromagnetic energy is emanating from the center of these crop circles, and then it dissipates as you move outward, right? So a lot of technologies like cameras and car batteries, if they're near the crops when they first appear, it's reported that they just all of a sudden totally die or stop working with no explanation, right? And many of them, of course, also are proven to have been crafted by people. This one I really love. I'm going to go more into this one. But some of the most beautiful designs really are made by people, including skilled artists and channelers that go out into the fields at 2, 3, 4 in the morning when the veils are thin and are guided to create these epic designs like this. In pitch black night, they're creating these shapes. And some of these shapes, right, are advertisements that are made by people. This one was found just this year. And obviously this one is probably not made by the Arcturians or the Pleiadians, right? But some of these are just so beautiful. And so I want to go into some patterns, synchronicities that are found in these shapes. What I'm most compelled by is really the diversity of how different they all are. And there are thousands of crop circles. There are so many that keep appearing consistently, right? So I also want to touch on how I personally first got into researching crop circles myself and why I'm creating these shapes into colorful art. So about 5 years ago, a really amazing friend of mine suggested to me one day, you know, JJ, if you're so interested in the extraterrestrials, I suggest you look at crop circles before you go to sleep. Okay, this is my friend G. She's an intuitive empath, starseed, Reiki healer, crystal energy expert who is all about empowering people and their soul mission. And so the first night that I took her advice and I looked through all these photographs, crop circles on Google. This was before I found this epic, world's largest, most organized, detailed archive of like all the crop circles ever. cropcirclecenter.com. Okay, you definitely gotta check this out. You might want to have like a notepad, something for this, because I'm gonna drop all kinds of stuff you can check out and details and everything. So anyway, so I want to share my first personal vivid dream experience that I had from looking at these shapes right before sleep. It's really important that you set an intention. And this is what I did when I did this. I said something like, I am ready, I'm open, I'm willing to learn what's really going on here. I'm ready to see the truth. Setting intentions, as many of the presenters have talked about so far, setting intentions is so important. So I woke up very early in the morning in total shock. My whole body, I was completely physically, emotionally, mentally jolted by my dream, right? We all have these different dimensions that we travel into when we all go to sleep. And so when something is very vivid, like what I had seen, what I saw was 3 tall ET beings. And when I made eye contact with the one in the middle, I woke up in shock. So nothing actually really happened in this first dream experience that I had. And I don't know why I didn't get like the cute short ones that a lot of people report seeing. Is like to kind of ease into it, they see the short ones first. I don't know why, I've never seen them, but anyways, nothing really happened other than I was face to face and making eye contact with these beings that weren't human, but that were incredibly intelligent, right? So this is really enough to create a powerful fight or flight adrenaline response, and also xenophobia, which is just like a strong fear of the unknown. And this is something I'm incredibly grateful to have experienced this, because it's really a shift in consciousness. It's really an awareness that once you see or hear or feel something for yourself, that creates the experience for yourself, right? This is what triggers a remembrance of the truth. And then it just becomes an inner knowing for you. It's just something that no one can ever take away from you once you have these experiences. And so this is what I really like to inspire more people, anyone who's curious, to look into, to have experiences of their own, right? So anything that you see, hear, experience in person can really create this experience for you, right? So these are these are some books that I highly recommend, right? Dolores Cannon is an incredible, enormous amount of evidence for ET experiences and the realization of this multidimensionality that we all have. These are volumes and volumes of quantum hypnosis practice that I really recommend, as well as Barbara Marciniak. Totally recommend diving into these, because they also contain a lot more information from these higher dimensional beings about crop circles, which is really cool. And so also for those who are musically inclined, right? I recommend listening to crop circle tones that are in Dr. Greer's CE5 app. This is an app designed as a meditation guide. CE5 is human facilitated contact with ETs, and I've done this many times on my own as well as in groups. This is how in my waking life in person, I've had many light ship experiences that are really beautiful. They're totally translucent. They usually make me cry, honestly, just from being overjoyed by the frequency and the energy and witnessing these things that materialize and dematerialize in the air. It's really incredible, right? So there are actually crop circle tones that are in this app. Highly recommend. So yeah, you know, this takes open-hearted curiosity and courage. This whole disclosure movement that we're in, right? When you see something that's as beautiful as a translucent light ship, it's really nothing like these structured military type UFOs. It's very different, you know, and seeing the diversity and the vastness and the difference of all these different layers of multidimensionality. This takes courage, right? Because it's so much. And it's not really like going into a battle kind of courage. This is more mental, emotional, spiritual courage, right? But it's really important that we awaken to this and that we know how powerful we are as creators, as channelers, as multidimensional beings, because we need to know, you know, right now in this time when there's a lot of manipulation and force and coercion happening, telling us what to put in our bodies, we need to remember what it means to be truly empowered beyond the 3D physical, looking beyond what we are told. So the reason that I create colorful art with these shapes, I'm going to show some of my creations here and what I do with these shapes. It's all about uplifting one another. It's all about co-creation and collaboration. And this is also a lot of inner child healing for me, because this was my first love. What I loved to do was copy things in nature, plants and animals. And before all the programming of school, career, titles, okay, before all this came in, this is what I originally loved to do. So I love to create for other spiritual healers and people who are embodied in their mission, whether it's logos, banners, backgrounds for something, it's really anything. But everything that I choose, from the colors that I use or what date the crop was found in the field, how I might duplicate the shape and spin it around. Different shapes can be turned into these cool mandala effects that I really love. But yeah, everything I create is based on visions that I receive in meditation. Lights, colors, shapes. I see crop circles in meditation, usually the one that I'm working on at the time, but sometimes also I'll see one that I've never seen before, and then I'll be guided to find it later in some way. So I really feel that using these magnetic shapes and collaborating with other artists that have brilliant ideas and that can channel light language, like this one is different pieces of light language. It's not a crop circle, it's a tetrahedron, and has channeled codes from Lyra. This one really means a lot to me. This one was a really epic creation that really meant a lot to me. So this one also, the flower of life, right? This is very different from the competition survival mode type energy that we've been programmed into. So when we can uplift one another and empower one another as creators, this is a brilliant creator. You got to check out Renee. Her light language is incredible. So also Photoshop, Illustrator, these things that I create with, I love to share, like, what I'm doing and how, we can empower one another with these technology tools instead of letting technology use us or dictate to us in what direction, how we focus. No, let's use it to create. Let's use it to uplift one another, empower one another, okay? And bring out what's unique about one another as well. Instead of just like fading and blending in, we gotta bring the rainbow, right? So, okay, this one. Okay, we're about to get into it. This sacred triangle, the mind, body, spirit, gravity, space, and time. There's a part of this crop circle that is uneven with the rest of the triangle. So from one perspective, you could say, oh, it's uneven, someone made a mistake, this angle, right? But mathematicians and physicists have found when they measured this angle that it's exactly 19.47 degrees. And this actually this angle measures the distances of sacred sites all over southern England. It also measures a specific place on Earth. If you project a line from the center core of the Earth out to the equator, and then move that line exactly 19.47 degrees north, you hit the exact latitude of Mauna Loa volcano in Hawaii. This is the largest known volcano on the Earth. It is the most powerful explosive hotspot of energy on the planet. So this is how Mother Earth herself is directing like a spiral of energy out to the surface of the Earth. And then the same thing with Jupiter. this great red spot of Jupiter that you can see here, it's the same thing. If you go from the center core of the planet, it's exactly 19.47 degrees from the center of the planet. And 1947 is also the year of the Roswell UFO crash incident, June 24th, 1947. So one more thing I would like to touch on very briefly about this crop circle. I can't say too much on this, but this triangle is known to be a trigger of communication for scientists in their subconscious intuition, in their inventing of anti-gravity devices and technologies. And that's absolutely all I can say about that, because it's not safe for this to be disclosed yet, unfortunately. But that is exactly what we are doing. That is what is happening. And as someone that has, done campaign direct action work for the climate crisis, I can tell you it's a grave issue, and that it's something that is prophesized that is changing now. So, okay, this is the best book on crop circles. I said what I said. Okay, if you're going to get one book on crop circles, this is it. It is, if you're interested in the specifics, you have to get this book. It's incredible. Also, these are some epic folks to follow on the Instagram. Some of my favorite artists of crop circles are not listed on here because they wish to remain anonymous, and I respect that. But I'm also manifesting a shift in collective unity consciousness that someday might change. And I'm going to get to that in a moment. But let's also take a look at a pattern that I found myself. Okay, so this one, I was really drawn to the energies of this one, right? So this crescent moon shape that I've highlighted here, I'm going to point out. This has been found in about a dozen different designs, and the energy of these is so potent that I was very drawn into all these different messages and like all this stuff that I was receiving from these ones, right? And come to find out, all of these were created. I love this one. All of these were created by the same person. All of these were created by an artist. These were created by a human being. How cool is that? They're huge and they're so intricate, and they definitely carry a potent energetic signature. So yeah, having your own experience with these, right? Finding your own patterns and synchronicities, especially with the dates, is really important. It's important that we realize that there are thousands of these. They're all so different and diverse. It's important that we open up to how we are able to channel, if we align ourselves with authenticity and honesty and raise our vibration so that you have a vibrant, energetic field, right? This is how you can receive these messages, not just from crop circles and shapes. Of course, that's potent, but from the universe, right? Now, the messages, some crop circles that were created as advertisements have a really clear, direct message, like a lot of logos that we find in society, right? But I believe that some of the most beautiful crop circles that are found are not so much about a specific message as they are a specific vibration, okay, activation. So I would like to shed light on, like, that's an example of an advertisement, right? That's really direct, clear. It's telling you to buy something. It's telling you something specific. But ones like this, it might not be as specific, but it's about vibration. So there's the fake ones that are made by people. There are the real ones that are made by the ETs. This whole duality, polarity. I would like to present a different perspective on this. Yes, the electromagnetic energies are different. But if we could adopt a new perspective on this that is rooted in unity consciousness and also recognizing our abilities as human beings. There's a form of art that's based on frequency that is revolutionizing how we use social media in the spiritual community. And this is light language and codes. And this is a page that I highly recommend. Check out my friend Kendra. They channel codes. This is a fantastic example of bringing down these energies, these cosmic energies that we have. Like our highest chakra is like way out somewhere in the universe, right? So we have these energies within us as well. If we can awaken to this, it's no coincidence that corona means crown. And the crown chakra of humanity is what is opening right now. So when someone composes a symphony, they might use a pen to draw out the lines and notes on the paper and put a time signature. But the pen and these things is not what is heartfelt and inspiring about the symphony, right? So why is it when we discover these sacred geometries in the fields that were made by artists, the first thing we think of are wooden boards, string, and we ask them, we test them, like how much time did it take? How many hours did it take? Time is an illusion. Your heart has the power to clear the confusion. No one owns the land. For every grain of sand on earth, there is a star in the multiverse. Sacred geometry is eternal, and so are we, as multi-dimensional beings. Thank you. Okay, let's see. That's enough of that. How do I get back here? Haha, ta-da. Are there questions? If anyone has questions, if anyone would like to collaborate or has questions, I'm JJ at Crop Circles Art. That's me. And again, I'm really grateful, really honored to have been a part of this collaboration. I really appreciate it. Thank you. If no one has questions, I'll just leave on one more thing. Sacred geometry, right, is the language of nature. And it's also the language that's within us. So we're all interconnected. When was the earliest crop circle ever found? Okay, to answer this, the earliest, like way back, we have to look into ancient history. Then we have to look into how far back, you know, in the early 90s is when the media really started reporting them, but that's just the media. Right? So ancient crop circles and art, the Avebury dragon. So this area, sorry, jumping all around, but the this part of Southern England, there have been so many incredible designs there. I think I know of the one that you're speaking about, but to give you any specifics on that one, there's actually been quite a few different types of dragons and serpent type ones. This is one that I do a lot of handmade art as well. I don't know if it's like this one with the design, might be. But yeah, let's see. Any other questions? No? There are so many profound shapes that are found near the sacred sites in Southern England. Avebury is definitely one that's near historic castles. I've yet to go there in person myself, but when I do, I definitely plan on sitting inside a crop circle and actually feeling these frequencies on another level. Why are they mainly in Europe? Yes, so the sacred sites that are within southern England, there's a lot that goes into this part of the land, even down to the science of the water, the currents that are under the land, and how it mixes with certain limestones and certain minerals of the earth that raises the potency of the frequency of the land itself. So when you put a shape, right? Like when you put something in the shape of a circle, the circle amplifies what's inside. These shapes carry frequencies. So to imprint the frequencies into fields that are carrying potent currents and potent energies in the first place, this is how it's all interconnected. So yeah. This is another book I really recommend by Michael Glickman. Thank you so much, everyone here holding space, everyone that's a part of this collaboration and consciousness. You are loved, you are worthy, you are safe, you are free, and you are very multidimensional. So thank you. Okay, blessings.
Hello? Can you hear me? Are we beginning now? Can any of you hear me? Check one more time and then we're going to begin. Beautiful. Well, hello everyone. I am Paula Venus. So beautiful being with you here today on this day. I was on Mount Shasta today, also doing an activation, a really strong, powerful. I received messages from Pleiadians and Venusians, and they guided me to create an organic timeline today. One of the golden age and the way it flows and the way it plays and the harmonics of this new timeline that has been anchored in at level of essence today here in Mount Shasta. So pure, for we are entering today the newness. There is today actually is a number 9 day. If you add up all the numbers, it's a number 9 day, and 9 is finalization. It's over. Time to be who you are. No more pretending. No more doing things that don't match your frequency. This is a gift, a beautiful gift for humanity, and all of you here are part of this mission and part of this gift. And for we are all one. From no matter what planet we originate from. I come from Venus, and Venus is home. Venus is peace. It's harmony. God technology. The air we breathe is life force. Life force. Here, it's also life force. You just maybe can't feel the subtleness of what it takes to truly connect with the higher realms. And you are the higher realms, first and foremost. All of you are the higher realms. I do speak with my eyes closed mostly, and that's why I wear sunglasses. You are the higher realms right now within this physical body. And so to just really begin to feel this for a moment. So why don't we all just take a moment, really, and just close your eyes. Close your eyes. I am broadcasting from my home in Mount Shasta after being on the mountain all day. And it did snow today. And the mountain is white, crystalline. The energy was so vividly strong, fifth dimensionally colored. So just to breathe into our hearts for a moment, to breathe in the new earth, the new earth, the love that you imagine the new earth would feel like. Breathe this in to your heart, to your chest area. And just to begin to tune in to the now moment, for this is a God moment, an omnipresent now. So begin to just receive the breath. Just let yourself rest as you receive this breath. And together, just to hold consciousness, the vision of what is now. And what is now is heaven on earth. Today, I was in heaven on earth. And I still am. There are many earths you choose in here. And choosing is something that is truly more of a surrender. And so I went through, I'm going to speak about galactic embodiment and how this is everything. You can speak about ascension all day long. You can speak about, global ascension, and that's beautiful. Know that that is something that is very easy, as hard as it may appear. The most important part and why you're here on Earth, for all of you are galactic beings. You're all galactic beings, all of you, and you came to Earth to feel the human suffering. So sometimes, it hurts, and you're gonna feel trauma, and you're gonna feel pain, and you're gonna feel abandonment from God, abandonment from a boyfriend or a girlfriend. All of these things are beautiful doorways. And so during my awakening and further on the embodiment of who I am, Paula Venus, it took about 2 years of spiritual awakening on Mount Shasta, walking every day on the mountain. And after that, I spent another 2 years embodying of embodiment. And the embodiment continues, for we are gigantic multidimensional beings of light. And as you begin to really tune into this, you expand, and this piece, who you really are, the energy, the frequency, and I do hold a Venusian frequency, and this surrounds me, and you receive from this field. I create this field from my spiritual heart. It's all automatic now, and you do receive codes, information, mostly it's unconditional love, codes of love, for the substratum of the universe is love. So always remember that. You are love. You have always been love, only love. Everything else is just for this beautiful mission that we're on, galactic travelers. And so, embodiment in humanity. What does it mean? The first step, and I can only share the way that I did it on Mount Shasta. And it's a long story. And it will be out in a documentary next year. It's done filming already, and this will be on Gaia TV. So this is what I want you to do. Those of you who are really ready, who really feel it's time now, it's time for me to finally be me. This is all that's being asked of you, is to be you. To finally just be you. That's all. You are everything. You are the masters. You are as I am. And I do come from the 6th dimensional realm of the Ascended Masters on Venus. This is my first time in the human body on Earth. And I came to feel all of this, to feel the human suffering and the abandonment and the pain, all of it. And guess what? To embody it. So how do you embody this stuff? So within your body consciousness, there are many consciousnesses, many I consciousnesses. You know, there's one that will go to sleep at night, another that will dream, another that will wake up, another that feels fear, another one that feels abandonment, another one that wants to be enlightened. And as you do this in meditation, as you begin to just look at them all, you see that there's space between all of them. There's space, and you can actually see them from this point of consciousness, of awareness, of oneness, of consciousness. And you recognize that you're not the one that goes to sleep or the one that dreams. You're always present. You are pure reality. You are eternal light. You're not the one that feels fear or the one that feels abandonment. These things don't exist in the higher realms. God doesn't feel fear or abandonment. You are God. You are God. You. There's nothing that you need. Nothing I am here to teach you. I'm only here to remind you that who you are is perfect. Perfect light, perfect being. All of these activations, these keys, these codes that you are receiving right now, these are all for your body, all for the cells, for the mind, for all your physicality. For this body, this vehicle has to metamorphosize into a diamond-like structure to hold you, to be able to hold who you are, to hold your frequency. Because you are so gigantic and multidimensional that this carbon system can't hold you, really. And that's why there are fields and fields around us. Yet, so back to these human moments of suffering. So I came to feel it all, and I did, and I went one by one, and I alchemized each and every one, ultimately, truly into what it is. And again, these are doorways, and all of this is God. All of this is the highest realms playing out for you to reveal the light here on earth. So what you will do is in the evenings or whenever you feel called, you could be in the forest, in a sacred place, alone, call on the masters, call on your guides, call on the angels, whoever you want, and begin to go into each fear. Fear, 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 fear. Do another one, guilt, 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 guilt. Abandonment, abandonment, abandonment. I'm not good enough. Abuse, unloved, all of these things. And I want you to go into each moment, to fully go into it. And when you do, you're going to see someone there. And you're going to have a bunch of them that you know already. So go into them and talk to whoever's there. And this was shown to me by Ascended Master, Saint Germain. He is the one who showed me how to do this. This is not from a book. This is very simple. The truth is simple. And anything complicated will only bring you back to silence. So stay to simple things. When you enter this sphere, and you'll go moment by moment, you'll see a person there, and maybe it'll be a boyfriend or a mother or a father, and you'll just tell them, and you'll yell at them, and you'll say, "You hurt me," and it really hurt, and all of it. You're gonna tell them everything out loud. You're gonna say it out loud. You're gonna cry. You have to be fully human during these moments. It's why you're in a human body. Otherwise, there's no reason for you to be in a human body at all. Otherwise, you'd just be in the higher realms doing the mission from there. But you chose to come to do this, for this is the only way to alchemize human anger into ultimately divine love. As you go and talk to them and yell at them and scream at them and cry and cry and cry, then you will find a moment of peace. And this moment of peace, it rises from below you and behind you. And this is your awareness, and your awareness is light. And this awareness brings with it forgiveness, for forgiveness only exists on earth. There are no, in the higher realms, there is no need for forgiveness. It doesn't exist. But here on earth, you're going to forgive them. You're going to say their name and you're going to forgive them. You're going to say your name and you're going to forgive yourself. This human aspect of yourself. You're fully going to forgive them. And you're going to continue. You're going to see the moment burst to light. And you're going to feel this light And if you can, and then just keep going. Another fear, another moment, another trauma, another guilt. Go through everything, all of it, until there's nothing that you can, that's in your consciousness that you can remember. And after that, I want you to go deeper. And I want you to ask fear, hey fear, when were you born? When were you born, fear? Show me. And then just listen to the silence. Hold on to the question. Ask it again if you need to. This may take moments. This may take weeks. But at some point, you will find the source of the fear. And you will go to that moment and you will see who's there. You will feel it all again. You will talk to them. You will say their name, how they did this to you, how awful, how it still is inside this body. And as the peace arrives after the tears are very important. After the peace comes, your awareness, the forgiveness. I'll tell you that all the fears, all these fears you have dissolve. It's like they just evaporate. They don't go away somewhere, but they alchemize. Each time that you are doing this, you are being a master alchemist. You are alchemizing fear into divine fear, into love, abandonment, divine abandonment into love, guilt, sadness into divine sadness, into love. And in so doing so, you are being a master alchemist. And you are, as you continue to do this, you are embodying each one of these moments. They enter back into your body. For me, they've entered in my legs, I would say. And this will bring you peace. This will bring you a certain sensitivity. When fears come, they will come as long as you're in a human body, but they won't overpower you. You'll put the fear right over here, or whatever it is, and you will go there and enter it when you choose, and you will alchemize that moment after you feel it. You do have to feel it, and it's why you're in a human body. I know it's been difficult for many of you, but today is a day. And so once you do this, you will have silence. And what begins to happen is you begin to emerge. Who you truly are, the frequency of who you are, will break your heart open. For as you embody all of your humanity, your heart will break open. And it could be immediate, or it could take some, we're in a 3D world and there is time here. And so we have to let that happen. But you will burst through this illusion of consciousness, and you will arrive, and you will be within the body, fully present as a master of light, embodied, being, I am, being, I am, being, I am, I am being, I am. And you will hold a frequency of you And this is all that is needed. As you hold this frequency of you, you will hold a field around you. You can create it with your breath and your awareness when it happens. And then you just radiate. You receive from the space between the words that I say. The words are to help the mind enter the heart, enter oneness. In the same way, you are this love, this permanence. And today, I really want you to celebrate yourselves. Today, the energy on Mount Shasta has changed everything. There is nothing that you need to be any longer that you are not. You're going to want to stay in the higher realms at some point, but don't. Remember, you're here to be perfect duality. Perfect duality. You are the higher realms. You are this physical body. Love and connect to the fifth dimension, to the fourth dimension. Love the 3D, the pain, the anger, the sadness, the joys of being human, being in the human body. Love it all together. Bring it together as one. This is ultimately the mission. You are perfect duality. Embrace it and rejoice. For today we start truly a new dimensional quantum way of living on Earth. And I send you this light from Mount Shasta. Remember, follow God's will. Let it be God's will. And the celebration of today. Peace to all of you. Love to all of you.
Hello, and thank you so much for this invitation. I am very excited and honored really to be part of StarBloom. I'm so excited to be with you all here on YouTube. My name is Clara and I am connecting from Chile, South America. Today my talk is about crystals. It is entitled The Life of a Crystal. And I want you to come with me on a trip across space-time to tell you a story, the story of Dr. Ray Brown. Back in the 70s, Dr. Brown was diving with a group of people around the Bahamas in the Caribbean. In one moment, he decided to wander around by himself, and he said he ended up finding a pyramid underwater. The walls of this structure were very smooth, highly polished, he said, and so when he noticed an opening, he took the chance and went inside the pyramid. And there he saw some sort of golden rod hanging from the top with a red crystal on the tip. And when he looked under, he discovered a metallic sculpture with two hands forming a U shape like this, holding inside a clear crystal ball. Dr. Brown confessed he tried to remove the crystal, the red crystal, but it was impossible for him, so he decided to go for the crystal ball instead and took it. And during the years I've been learning about crystals, I stumbled across a video of Dr. Brown showing this amazing crystal ball, baptized the Ball of Atlantis. He was actually measuring the energetic field around it. So it was pretty evident that it had some sort of field around itself. And after Dr. Brown made his transition, the ball became the main attraction during an exhibition that was held in the memory of the famous clairvoyant Edgar Cayce back in 2010. Some channel communication regarding this ball revealed that it is actually an Arcturian technology left on Earth from those times where we had several ET civilizations assisting the development of planet Earth, when crystals were used in different areas of everyday life, for example, electricity, transportation, bilocation, because crystals were considered an ultra-advanced technology. It seems that this ball was a sort of software, and the channel information said the ball was able to store information like a hard drive, but also that it was used as an antenna for interdimensional connection. And people that have interacted with this ball also said it can unlock your abilities to access other timelines and realities. With this story, my intention is for you to expand your consciousness when thinking what a crystal is and what a crystal can do, because I am pretty sure that by now we understand they are much more than simple stones. Nikola Tesla, the Serbian-born scientist, believed crystals are living beings. He said that maybe we cannot understand what the life of a crystal is, but that doesn't mean that they are not alive. From a technical point of view, a crystal is a form of matter. As we all know, it is a solid material with atoms that are organized in arrangements that are regular and symmetrical in 3 dimensions, and crystals are all about order. The word crystal comes from the Greek, krustallos, and Mother Nature is the one that creates crystals. And we all come from the stars, including crystals. Some scientists even say that in essence, our planet is a crystal because it vibrates like a crystal. It has a field around itself like a crystal. And just for you to know, the field around planet Earth has the attributes of a crystal formation. A bunch of other materials are like crystals, but they are not completely made of ordered formations such as ice, some metals, and ceramics, for example. If we search on Google, we will see that silicon dioxide is commonly found in nature in the form of quartz. And silicon dioxide, also known as silica, is made of 1 atom of silicon and 2 of oxygen. And that is an interesting fact to mention because quartz and water not only have oxygen in common, both are also in similar geometries, tetrahedral and hexagonal, for example, and according to studies, they both resonate with the energy of the mind in very similar ways. We have several investigations done by the Japanese Dr. Masaru Emoto, who was mentioned earlier. He's specialized in alternative medicine, and also by the scientist Dr. Marcel Vogel. And I am going to address later in this talk, in particular, the extraordinary research done by Dr. Vogel about crystals. Another important subject is that in nature there are 7 main crystallographic geometries, and they can be found, all of them, in the formation of water. This aspect shows that water can act as a matrix for several patterns in nature. And when water is structured, when you treat your water, for example, to change the structure of it, modifying tap water to return it to the natural state, for example, you will find that water changes and becomes a liquid crystal because it begins to show again structure and order. This is a very important fact, and as we all know, we humans are in average 60% water. And Dr. Vogel found that the influence of a crystal in humans can be enormous. And one of the reasons is precisely the similarity between the structure of crystals and water. Before diving deeper into the investigations of Dr. Vogel, let me tell you a little bit about him. Marcel Vogel was an American scientist. He was born in 1917, and he made his transitions in the 90s. And Dr. Vogel not only worked for 27 years for IBM computers, but also he is the name behind the development of the LCD screen that we all use right now, for example, on our computers, mobiles, TVs, etc. He dedicated a lot of energy to the story of crystal quartz. And during an interview he gave during the 70s, he told the story of a priest in Canada who handed himself a crystal quartz to examine, telling him that it had some sort of energetic properties. So Dr. Vogel took the crystal in his hand and he felt a vibration, and he spoke about a kind of pulsation precisely. He inhaled deeply, and when he exhaled, he said he pointed the crystal towards his assistant and something unexpected happened. His assistant tilted the head back and entered in an altered state of consciousness. And Dr. Vogel said this episode left a profound impression on his mind. And later he discovered that crystal quartz not only help humans in the amplification of emotions and thoughts, but also he stated that they have the capacity of altering consciousness. Remember the ball of Atlantis? It's the same conclusion. Dr. Vogel spent years of his life teaching his findings not only to the medical personnel, but also to several healers and holistic practitioners. And in fact, he designed and cut crystals in a specific way, looking to optimize the flow of the universal energy, or prana, to the crystal and from the crystal, because crystals are both receivers and transmitters of energy. The crystals that Dr. Vogel designed and cut are not only rare, but extremely powerful. This started when Dr. Vogel had a dream where he saw the shape of the tree of life, and he related this vision with a crystal of 4 sides and 2 points. And that is how he created his first cut, mainly for healing purposes. Then he discovered that some crystals in nature have 6 sides, and Dr. Vogel found that this specific number of sides will amplify the energy. So he created the astonishing Vogel crystal with 6 sides and 2 points. The female point has an angle of 52 degrees, resembling the pyramid of Giza, and the input of the universal energy. And then you have the male point, has the output with an angle of 60 degrees, but Dr. Vogel also created double terminated crystals with 8, 12, and 13 sides, and other crystals he developed were intended for meditation with just 1 point and a flat base like obelisk. The male point of the Vogel crystal is a structure that resembles a laser tip, and Dr. Vogel spent 5 years designing this first cut because he wanted to synchronize the crystal with the frequency of water, and consequently with the layer of liquid crystal around our own cells. And he managed to synchronize the crystal with the frequency of water. In all his interviews, he mentioned that the membrane around our cells is in fact a liquid crystal. But listen to this, Dr. Vogel said that if the crystal doesn't have a specific cut, the frequency is not the same. And crystals, water, and the outer layer of our own cells are all sensitive to electric field and the energy of our own thoughts. Dr. Vogel stated that the structure of water can even change according to our thoughts. This is super important because until his final days, he repeated that the future of medicine is going to be a mixture of crystals and flowers essences. So he was always looking for a way to unify science and metaphysics. And after Dr. Vogel made his transition, another marvelous thing happened. One of his disciples, named Ray Pinto, developed a special cut after he had a dream with Dr. Vogel. And in that dream, Dr. Vogel showed him a new design, the dream crystal. And a dream crystal is considered an evolved version of the original designs by Dr. Vogel. This shape, which I have right now in my hands, is so unique. It's having several concave facets, and the energy coming out of the male point forms a double helix shape, resembling the human DNA. I have always believed that Dr. Vogel channeled these cuts because they are so advanced. And I even remember listening to a talk where he said that you can only use them with absolute unconditional love and pure intention, looking always for the benefit of your own self and others. Otherwise, the crystal will break as it has its own intelligence. Dr. Vogel established that when he holds the crystal in our hand, we can transfer information to the crystal, and then that information can be processed by another person just by holding the crystal or even being next to it. And a few weeks ago, I posted on Instagram the story of a medium that decided to give away a crystal to someone as a personal gift. But what happened is that this person placed the crystal on the nightstand, and that night, very unusual dreams happened, with visions of divine beings and other realities. And the next day, first thing, they spoke over the phone about it. And guess what? The medium confessed that the crystal was used to access other dimensions. So Dr. Vogel was always recording and measuring his conclusions due to his scientific background, of course. And he also verified that structured water, when in contact with the crystal quartz, receives information. In other words, we can imprint a program with our minds using the crystal as a storage device, like a USB, and then download that information into water. And the crystal receives the information just with the proper intention. That's why he didn't believe in cleaning them or burying them in salt or leaving them under the moonlight. He said that you just have to inhale, exhale, and transfer your intention to the crystal. If the intention is just about cleansing, then so be it. And the most remarkable thing about Dr. Vogel is that he said that love is what heals. The intention you transfer to the crystal, full of unconditional love, is what heals. The crystal, as a living being, flows in the service of others, and that I think is so beautiful. And throughout history, many ancient cultures around the world have used crystal for different purposes, from healing to divination to funeral rituals or simple ornaments. We're speaking about Egyptians, Greeks, Mayans, Aztecs, Incans, and of course, Native Americans and from Australia. Crystals have a wide variety of applications in our everyday lives. This is precisely because they have electromagnetic properties, which are remarkable. In some cases, they are pyroelectric, which is a property that certain materials have when they face changes in temperature, leading to an electrical charge. And they can also be piezoelectric, which is a phenomenon that occurs when certain crystals that, under mechanical stress, they acquire an electrical polarization. It is very rare in nature to find a material that is both pyro and piezoelectric. It only occurs with the crystal quartz, besides our own bones and tendons, because we humans and animals have this crystalline structure inside. In simple words, what I am trying to explain is that certain crystals generate electricity when heated or cooled or when they are under pressure. That is why, for example, crystals are so useful in so many different areas of our lives. For example, you can find them in computer chips, satellites, on our TV screens, medical equipment, headphones, sonars, lasers, etc. They are vital when any technology requires energy transference. And piezoelectricity was discovered in the 1800s when two brothers were able to show that a certain crystal, for example, crystal quartz and tourmaline, were pressed, you can verify an electric current inside of them. They found that each crystal becomes a small battery with a positive charge on one side and a negative charge on the other. And under pressure, both polarities connect and they create a circuit inside the crystal. The Curry brothers, that was the name, they also discovered that if they receive electricity from an external source, crystals, they vibrate inside, from side to side. This is because when you send electricity to a piezoelectric crystal, the atoms inside, they move. Let's say they rebalance, but the shape of the crystals modify, and that is so awesome to understand. And the consequences of these discoveries were monumental because the crystals jumped clocks and watches, and they can stabilize and flow the energy, allowing for the clock and the watch to have the regular marking time. And they can continue helping humanity with the invention, for example, of the radio, which in the beginning was called the crystal radio. But it is in the last decades that the crystals have exploded. They are in our cars, alarms, in our sensors of airbags, for example. They are in use in the medical area, for example, in ultrasound equipment and heart monitors. In the military industry, you can have crystal, for example, in hydrophones or in the bullets that they change the curse. And by no means, of course, this list is complete. The idea is for you to realize that the use of crystals is extremely extensive. And if we think about it even deeper, the words data and energy are related to information. And in 1994, scientists from Stanford University were the first to use a crystal to store an entire short film, which is the same technology used today in our mobile phones. More recently, 360 terabytes of data were stored in a crystal the size of a coin. That is almost the entire history of humanity. Those with the ability to see energy know that crystals emanate an energy field that is visible, which has also been identified by electrophotography. And the field of crystals interact with everything on the planet. Animals, people, plants, in a very positive way. And I would like to point out a very special crystal, the arc, which is a crystal that has the signature of another scientist, Nassim Haramein, a physicist. The arc is defined as a high precision quartz, and each piece is treated so the crystal can have a specific frequency inside. And the crystal is designed to stimulate piezoelectric electricity in the axis of the crystal. And the crystal is also surrounded by a titanium structure which contains a system of magnets that rotate. And the arc is such an astonishing technology because it's not only capable of structuring drinking water. As we spoke before, when water is structured, it has the ability to hold information and the energy increases, but also the arc creates a toroidal field of energy. So the arc can be used in a similar way to acupuncture, for example, to treat the meridian network and the chakra system. And I find very remarkable that the fact sheet of this crystal specifically states that we all experience energy in a different way because some of us can feel the crystal field and others cannot feel anything. This is because the person's sensitivity to the energy and resonance, and this is related to our physical or emotional state. So we must remember we are all different, but when we work with crystals, we have to make sure we are relaxed and without any distraction nearby. And by the information we have discussed so far, you can already know that most crystals are solids, but also we have the fantastic liquid crystal, which are crystals that were discovered in the 1800s. And liquid crystals can be found in nature, for example, in the wall of our cells that I have mentioned before. And also, we have liquid crystal in spider webs and also in some beetles because the shell of the beetle, the insect, is made of liquid crystal. And another example is the material used in the bulletproof vest, which also is made of liquid crystal. And the LCD, of course, screen is made of liquid crystal. And I think there is still an enormous potential for liquid crystals that is still unexplored. And many people believe crystals have consciousness. And like all living beings in this universe, they have a mind of their own. And when you work with them, if you take care of them, if you treat them with respect, you will see they improve their performance. And as we have spoken during this conference, they can be great partners during the healing process, but also they can communicate with us. They can give certain information to us, certain knowledge, because they are storage devices. They have the knowledge of the planet, the Akash, because they were born inside Mother Earth, and they remain there for thousands of years. They contain the information that a human being can download. And they can also be used as an antenna, as portals for all of us to access or receive information from other realms. And crystals are attracted to certain people, and I do believe that they can communicate with us using telepathy. I am sure that if you go inside a certain crystal shop, you have felt that some crystal is calling you. And if you dive into the properties of that crystal, you will certainly find out why you are feeling this attraction towards this crystal. And if that is not enough, let me tell you that there are countless stories of people that they have lost crystals and they have mysteriously appeared months and even years later. So before I finish, I want you to know that all crystals respond to the energy of the environment. They react to external vibrations. As we learned today, and understanding that the cells of our bodies vibrate at different frequencies, our organs, they have their own vibration too, reflecting our health, our well-being. We can imagine what happens when we interact with crystals, as they have a vibration too. And crystals have the capability to detect your vibration. If there is any misalignment in yourself, the mathematical order of a crystal, they have the potential to transform your distortion and bring your body, yourself into balance and harmony, because that is precisely the foundation of crystal healing. They are control towers, as I said before. They collect signals and channel them. And that is why a qualified therapist, for example, a person that has done the inner work and is in contact with higher self, can heal using crystals, because the person can serve as a channel for the energy coming from higher realms with the intention, of course. And the other important thing to mention is that different forms of matter and light vibrate at different frequencies. Therefore, crystals also vibrate at different frequencies depending on their size, their thickness, their color, etc. And that is why not all crystals, for example, citrines, vibrate at the same frequency, at the same number, because they are all different. Finally, let me introduce you to my Lemurian crystal. I have so much love and respect and gratitude for this being. A Lemurian crystal is a master crystal. And a master crystal are specific crystalline forms that can be used to align ourselves to the divine love and divine light. And master crystals are very powerful tools. They can be used to enlighten yourself. They are specially programmed because they have their own knowledge. And the Lemurian crystal is a crystal for light workers because they have the divine light in themselves. And if you are drawn to the divine light, you will be drawn to this crystal. They contain wisdom. They are constantly updated because they work with you according to your own progress. And we can recognize a Lemurian crystal because they have a random pattern of sides. And in these sides, they have like horizontal lines, like, for example, a barcode. And Lemuria, we all know, followed the principles of the law of one. Lemuria was a civilization of peace, of unity among all beings on the planet, and unconditional love, total harmonious community. Lemuria had the supervision of extraterrestrial civilizations, specifically the Pleiadians, who brought very advanced technology to Earth, including crystals. And later, these and other galactic civilizations provided free access to energy through crystal pyramids, which generated electricity, and the pyramids also served as places for healing the body, mind, and spirit complex. Lemuria master crystal were used to store information like a hard disk. And I am speaking about the Akash of that time. And this information was supposed to remain in silence until a certain time on the planet, where a group of beings will look for the crystals and access the data required for human transformation and the quantum jump. And we are speaking about the transition to the fourth density, and that time is now. So this is the purpose of the crystal. The crystals are here to help us, and we are on the way to become our best version if we use them on a daily basis. So thank you very much for listening to this talk, for your interest in crystals, for your love to crystals, and thank you for being here, of course, on planet Earth at this moment. You are very loved, and you are all supported, and you know you have the support you need. You just need to ask. So have a good evening, much love, and much light. Thank you so much.
Hello, StarBloom. It is so good to see all of you. It's been quite an amazing festival. Absolutely went from sound baths to crystalline energy to channeling, all across the board. I think it's been such a beautiful second annual StarBloom, and I just want to send an extended thanks to everybody who's been involved. This has been an absolutely incredible experience, and I can't wait to just see how it evolves, as we go along. There's so much left to really express and convey. Before I get too far along, my name is Spencer, aka junkDNA. You might know me well on Instagram, and I am the founder of StarBloom, something that came as a seeded manifestation in my mind of really coming together as a collective and sharing our wisdom, our experience, and our love in such a unified space. And it's amazing to see how it's come to being. So thank you for all of you that showed up, who are watching the replay, or who have just held space throughout this festival. We love you, and we are so happy that you are actively moving the collective in your own way. So thank you. And today I'm here to talk to you about, drum roll please, UFOs. And this is a very intimate topic, that's something that's really radically changed my life for the better. And it really enhanced my curiosity, especially at a young age, but moving more into my awakening. This was one of the foundational pivot points of looking up and thinking there has to be more. There's just so much beauty out there. There's so much space. And if it's completely empty, then it's a hollow void of a reality and a universe. And what a waste of space. So without further ado, let me just share my keynote really quick. Go. And I want everybody out there to know that if you are a skeptic or someone who doesn't necessarily buy into the UFO phenomena, I dare you to expand your consciousness and imagination to really encapsulate what it means to be alive within the universe. Okay, we are on this simple planet, simple but beautiful planet amidst hundreds and billions of planets in the universe. And that's only what we can physically observe. There's so much beyond, and it's just infinite. And ultimately, if you start to really concept how big space really is and how much matter there is out there, these beautiful suns, these planets that orbit them, they have a purpose. There's an intention to this. And what that told me is that life thrives in this kind of space. We're held so that we can grow both spiritually, mentally, and physically. And I think it's so amazing that we can tie in all of our experiences with distant neighbors and distant interdimensional consciousness out there. And that's the whole point of the UFO phenomena, is to really understand that you're not alone, that you've never been alone, but you've always been watched from the sidelines. And I want to draw your attention now to the screen you're looking at. And the picture you're seeing at the moment is one of the most scrubbed images from the internet. This was an old photograph taken of one of the first saucers recorded. And I can tell you without a shadow of a doubt that they don't want you to see this. So of course I'm going to put it as my first slide. And it's beautiful because back when you work with film was very grainy and very clear and indicating what you were actually seeing. There was no doctoring of footage or evidence. This is what you see is what you get. You shake the Polaroid and that's it. So basically this is what was happening back in the early 40s and 50s, and then moving on to the 70s as we'll progress throughout this. But I just wanted to draw your attention to see a real UFO. If you've never seen one before, you're looking at one, and start to process how that makes you feel. Knowing that there's other beings in the universe, that you are not alone, but not only that they're able to accomplish fantastic feats. And that's what we're here to discover today. So what is a UFO? a lot of people get, hung up on this concept of, oh, it's just something that we don't know what it is yet. And while that's true, there is a testament to saying that it's not something of our own reality or even yet of our world. Lots of things they try to brush off and cover up, such as blimps, weather balloons, planes, but none of these objects act in the same way as a UFO, exhibiting this free form movement that technically goes against physics as we know it. And when you start to study the UFO phenomena, you'll realize that there's a whole different means of physics going on here. And it all has to do with electromagnetism and electrogravitics, aka free energy. And this is a huge test. This is why they want to censor this so bad, is because if the world became aware of the UFO phenomena and that we had free energy, not only access to it, but it was possible and it was feasible, and that many minds from our distant past and up to more recent minds such as Tesla are bringing forth this information to better the collective, then that would ruin business for them. So you have to see how covering up something is more so a service to self. It allows them to conceal and perpetrate anything that they so please, which ultimately gets against the free will concept of life. So the UFOs, they come in a variety of forms, as we'll discover here today. But ultimately, what you need to know is that UFO stands for Unidentified Flying Object. Of course, they're trying to sugarcoat it with some new name now, USAP or something of the sort that you'll probably hear in mainstream media. But what you need to know is that the UFO phenomena is just an umbrella term for all of these fantastic vehicles that we see in our skies. So let's explore the types of UFOs. Basically, the way I can categorize it is more in an archetypal sense, in what is real versus what is artificial. And I think it's really interesting to kind of take this dualistic perspective and understand that the real craft are the ones that give you goosebumps, the ones that inspire you to change yourself and love, while the artificial ones make you feel cold, hollow, and separated from another. And that's the whole duality of, trying to replicate something that was already birthed into existence in its most natural, purest state. And what you're going to notice is that these light ships, the ones that we see in our skies, they come in a variety of forms, but more so it's about the intention, the feeling behind encountering one of these UFOs or witnessing them. It's a whole different energy when you compare that to something that's more man-made or man-replicated. And so as you can see here in this Venn diagram, we basically explore the different qualities of each and how at the very center, they do share some of the same qualities, but that's only because the artificial one was trying to replicate that of the organic. So we want to just look into this. And ultimately, if you're outside and you're trying to discern what is a real UFO versus what is ours, the best way to do it is through your intuition. You know deep inside what is real, what is true. And if you can keep that same focus, you'll be able to see through the noise, see through the distortion of what you're actually perceiving. And so, of course, if we're going to talk about UFOs, we have to go way back. And this, even as you're seeing on the screen right now, these Mayan recollections, these depictions of UFOs in their mainstream society were so commonly accepted because the ones that were visited, for the most part, had a positive polarization, meaning that they came to help and serve others accordingly by helping them expand their technology or showing them different ways of doing things in a more efficient way. So what you'll see in all of these graphics is an actual acknowledgement of UFOs and extraterrestrials. And when I say extraterrestrials, that's another umbrella term. We can go into that. There's a whole concept of extraterrestrials versus extra interdimensionals. And both exist, by the way. A little just disclosure there. It just depends on what energy you're working with and what you're seeing. But for the most part, when UFOs come to this planet, and this has been a concept or a question in many minds across the world, is why would they come? Why would they just observe us from above? And the reality of the situation is that they're observing our growth, or at least the positively polarized benevolent ones are. They come here in respect of our free will to observe and assist by telepathically communicating guidance and certain things that we need to know to grow as a human being on this planet. And so with that being said, you can't necessarily know everything, because there is a boundary of separation in knowing that's just standard and needed, so that you can be immersed into this experience and really get all you can out of it. So that's why when you see them hovering in the skies or tucked within a cloud, each one does so to prevent causing distortion in our perception. Because as we've seen in the past, when something of extraordinary power and exotic nature comes to the light, it's often worshipped and it's often brought to a singular place where it demeans anything that is observing it. But the benevolent, positively polarized extraterrestrials and extra dimensionals that are here out of service for others, they want us to be our guiding light. They're there just to hold space, hold the energetics, and observe. And more often than not, the ones that come to this planet are closely affiliated with souls that are incarnate on the planet at the time. So you can have star family actually observing you from just outside the atmosphere and not even realize it. And so that's why we are having this unofficial disclosure today, to really bring that awareness to your consciousness. And of course, as this goes along, humans find a way of really encapsulating these experiences. And one is through artwork. And I think this is an absolutely beautiful thing, because with art, you have an artist's eye, an artist's perspective on how detailed the experience is. And so as you see off to your left, a very medieval painting. As you see, that was one of the phenomena that happened in the sky, where there were all these different objects, all these different UFOs that appeared one night, and it was brought into this painting style to really capture that moment. Because if you could just imagine that occurring in modern day, there would be, a frenzy. People wouldn't know how to react. So of course, when you go back in time and you scale back the clock, you start to realize that there was more of an acceptance of this phenomena back then, because there weren't smartphones, there weren't skeptics. People really did appreciate everything as it was, and they let that come in and sink in. So I think that was absolutely beautiful and phenomenal. And as you see through the other ones too, very, very clear shapes that were projected. These aren't stars. These aren't anything other than what they appear to be, which is some kind of craft that is exotically in our atmosphere and in our skies. So, of course, the first thing you think of when you concept a UFO is a flying saucer. And just as earlier in the talk with JJ, she mentioned back in 1947, the Roswell crash and everything, that's what really made this shape infamous over time. But the flying saucer shape in itself is a divine creation, because it has symmetry and it has everything it needs to balance itself against the gravitics of Earth to maintain stability. And we're gonna dive into that a little bit deeper as well. But yes, disc-shaped UFOs as well. There's a bunch of different terms, top hat, as you go down the list, but they all kind of refer to the same general shape. And so as you're seeing below, these are some of the best sightings that I've personally found of these craft hovering in our skies and lurking about. As you see in the top middle image, this is one of the most profound light ship recordings I've ever come across. And what this indicates is that it has almost like a biophotonic essence to it, meaning that it illuminates not from a single light source, but as an entire craft itself. And this is something that's very commonplace with a bunch of these sightings, especially the more notable benevolent craft. But then as you look around off to the sides, you're going to check out the video to the right on the top. You're going to see how more common than not, pilots often see these craft in the skies, but because they're under the permissions of the FAA, they're not able to disclose many of their reportings or their sightings for fear of losing their job or being ridiculed or blacklisted. So a lot of this kind of gets suppressed. And of course, when you try to have a conversation about UFOs with anybody, it can go south really quick because they've been conditioned to push against and add resistance over the years in how all of this happened, and that this phenomena would absolutely shatter reality as we know it. A bunch of religions would get complicated, but as we see here, the phenomena is undeniable. These are just a few of the thousands and thousands and thousands of sightings that are always seen everywhere in the world. This isn't local to one place or another. I know a lot of people talk about Area 51 and how they like to centralize and locate UFOs to being in a desertous region, but that's not the case. They are literally everywhere and anywhere that you can possibly imagine. And here are just a few external, some more videos that I have. And basically what you'll see is they really do prefer clouds. And the reason for it is because there's an opaqueness to the cloud that allows them to tuck and hide away without really, encountering any resistance from the external feature of the environment. So from my research, they prefer clouds, they prefer volcanoes, tree cover, anything to really block the perceptual hindrance of being seen. And again, that is due primarily to in respect of our free will. If they allow themselves to be seen and land on the White House lawn, then it kind of defeats the purpose of why we're here to grow and really evolve as sovereign beings, because then they're just assisting us when we could do this all on our own. And that's ultimately what they want. And as you can see off to the far right is definitely one of the reverse engineered craft that actually malfunctioned due to one of the gravity. Because what you should know about Earth is that gravity fluctuates, and these craft are specifically designed to propel against gravity, to actually create their own gravitational field. So when they come into these pockets of gravity, and they dip and they bend, sometimes it can absolutely knock off their axis, and they can end up crashing down to Earth. This is a very real thing. And they're not invincible, or at least not the reverse engineered ones. So that's what you're seeing in that clip right there. And so here's a clearer view of what we're actually dealing with here. And so if you tune your focus into the center of the screen, these are more of the positively polarized interdimensional extraterrestrial races that are actually coming in contact with Earth. And as you see, they have this uniformity to them. It's very structured. It's very nice, elegant. They have a little bit of style difference, but it's still relatively the same. And we're going to dive a little bit deeper into the inner workings of them as well. But you can see out to your left, these are a few artist renderings. And then off to the right is actually how they bend and warp reality around the craft to actually maneuver between dimensions. And this is especially important because everybody that's had sightings and have witnessed them just vanish into thin air, they weren't necessarily just cloaking and disappearing from sight. They were actually warping space-time and actually moving into a different imperceivable dimension, aside our own. So that's how they pretty much evade detection most times. And so when you start to study UFOs specifically, you'll notice that they sometimes have a very uniform kind of formation and movement. And these kind of like schematics, often called zigzags in the sky, or maneuvers that they'll make, are often pitted against science and pitted against physics, because if any occupant were inside that craft, they wouldn't be there on that 90-degree turn at 1,000 miles per hour. That just isn't physically possible. And so what you need to really understand and connect the dots here is that if it's generating a gravitational wave around the craft itself, that means that the occupants are protected within that gravitational field, meaning that they have the same amount of gravity that they would on the ground if they were immersed in Earth's atmosphere and environment. So with the freedom to explore in this way, they commonly take different formations, shapes, and again, the formations are more so when multiple craft are traveling in tandem to actually observe so that they can stay on the mission, because it's all a mission when they come here. There's no rendezvous. You know, this isn't a safari of the earth. There is intention behind the visitation. So you have to understand that when they come here, they do so with an objective. And often they like to stay close by each other, especially knowing the unpredictability of humans, as we've seen in the past, them entering foreign airspace and actually trying to be shot at by groundsmen. So pretty interesting. And then of course, in the very center, you'll see film photographs of a bunch of these craft caught in pure daylight, some at night, but it's absolutely clear and distinct what we're seeing there. And then off to the right are the different variations, as we'll discuss in a minute. But of course, you have all these things seen by many witnesses. This isn't just one at a time. Many of these are recurrent events, and they're actually reciprocated as such. So we basically are able to compile a database of what kind of general shape we're looking at, because ultimately most of them have a uniformity to them, and that could be due to not only their origins, but also the means for the vessel itself. And so now we're going to look at the schematics. We're going to go under the hood of a UFO, and you're going to start to notice how these things actually work, how these things function. And in the very center at the top, this is actually the UFO that the UFO schematic that Tesla designed. Was never put into production, but as you see, it is meant to really isolate and occupy into a consolidated region pilots of the craft, which would kind of lend credence to the bulge in the very center of the craft so that it can have occupants. And so off to the left, as many of you have probably heard or have tuned into, there was a scientist known as Bob Lazar, and he was working at Area 51 S4, which is an alternate facility off to the south. And he was actually given access to one of these craft that were recovered. And upon examining it, he realized that there was a very exotic design attributed to these craft, meaning that there were a bunch of hexagonal patterns, especially on the outside, where you would basically reach out your hand, and before touching the craft itself, it would fold on its hexagons outwardly, creating a doorway. And then when you walked in, it closed back in on itself. So these are semi-autonomous craft. You have to realize that when you're dealing with interdimensionality, there are things that are beyond our perception. And some things the universe creates have a very beautiful design to it that not only reflects sacred geometry, but ease of convenience. And so as you see below on the left side, the entire HUD, the entire display around the craft, all those hexagonal patterns could become translucent, act as a window. So this isn't just some kind of limiting metal hunk of junk. This is a very intelligently designed craft, and it basically allows the occupant full transparency and comfort while using it. But the one that Bob Lazar actually observed and had hands on, he went inside the craft itself. He said it was more so retrofitted for a smaller occupant, around 4 feet, 3 feet tall, as the human size with the framing of the ceiling and everything was just not comparable. So as you look at the bottom, again, more schematics. And then off to the right, you can actually see these are diagrams that Bob made in his observations, that the gravitational wave amplifiers that were situated at the bottom level of these craft would generate the electromagnetic field. And then from that, if you position those in such a way, it acts like an oar on a boat, or something to steer it in a specific way and create a different configuration. And so that's basically what they would do, is they would, and also I want to make a point here, is that a bunch of these craft, they don't have buttons, knobs, steering wheel, anything of the sort. It was more so propelled by consciousness. Consciousness was a huge piloting feature of these craft. And I think it was actually beautiful how, as we evolutionarily move on as a soul, we start to interface more with our own consciousness, and then are given these freedoms to explore the universe with ease. And then we get to reverse engineering, which is, as I titled, the beginning of the end, meaning when humans make a good thing bad. And ultimately what happened, there was a mishap. Of course, you've heard of the Roswell case where there was a downed craft. And what this did was it gave scientists the means of rediscovering this exotic technology and trying to build it back, together. And while they were successful, they still had their shortcomings. It wasn't the exact design and style that was originally produced, but more of like a mock-up, like putting, duct tape on a broken car. So basically, that's what happened, is that these government agencies received that these pieces of technology, and they just went wild with it, like a kid in a candy store. So we're just going to go through these really quickly. Cover-ups, they made Roswell look like a weather balloon. And then we have deep state infiltration, basically seeing an agenda and utilizing these things to their own degree of nefariousness. And then, of course, into the secret space program, you have all of these different agencies coming out, really explaining that, yes, they can do this, and that this has been one big cover-up. And if you see the very center, all of the space agencies in the world have some sort of a vector shape to them. And this isn't by chance. The vector shape UFO, I have actually personally seen perusing around the sun, moving throughout our solar system. So these are very real craft, and it's almost like they're putting it in our face. And as many of you know by now, symbolism will be their downfall. So we'll keep an eye on that. And then we get into the TR-3B, the infamous triangle-shaped craft that so many people see nowadays. As you can see in the center, here's a quick little demonstration, a little video. And then off to the left and right are personal captures I've made from the SOHO, LASCO C2 and C3 satellite, which actually observe the sun 24 hours a day. And I'm able to capture a small screenshot out of thousands of photos taken. And so not many people have the patience to go through this, but I certainly do, and I'm here to show you the truth. And interestingly enough, the TR-3B has a very real patent on Google. And if you are to look this up, official patent, and you just type that number, you'll see it for yourself. It's right there in plain day. They're not hiding anything. So they reverse engineer it, they patent it, and then they put it in our face saying, oh no, UFOs don't exist, when they clearly do. And you don't have to go far, it's off Google. And then, of course, I wanted to mention the cigar-shaped craft as well. Very, very, very notable. I see them everywhere. These are more so the reverse engineering origins, because what they would do is they would take the technologies, the exotic technologies from the downed craft, and actually apply it to these UFOs, these submarines that they had in the back in the day, the U-boats from the German times. And basically the reason they did this is because the submarine had a very strong hull. It could withstand pressure, and withstanding pressure not only means the ocean, but space. And so you have this perfect tank of a vehicle that, when retrofitted with free energy, electrogravitic technology, you can start to see the opportunities at play. So of course, I have a bunch of my own personal captures of these, seen all around our solar system and around the sun, just constantly moving. And for the most part, they travel in tandem, they travel in groups. And the reason being is that these have been transferred into cargo ships that actually transfer not only personnel, but a bunch of equipment throughout the solar system, which is why, while the mainstream media won't tell you this, There is an occupation on multiple planets, on multiple moons, bases, underground bases, and this is how they actually transfer a bunch of the tech and the equipment. And so as you'll see here, we have the ISS doing a surveillance of the Earth, doing technical, and they capture one accidentally. And then watch what happens. Once they realize what they're capturing on camera, since it's a live feed, they cut the feed. They don't want anybody noticing this, and they don't want to acknowledge it in the slightest. So this is part of the Solar Warden program, and basically they started to retrofit these to do exactly what I just said, which is to transport crew, personnel, and equipment off world for their own reasons. And this has a darker implication too with the human trafficking, slave trade. And this is a very real thing, and I think that's for another video, but definitely look into that. And then of course, these UFOs, they are multifaceted, meaning that they are not bound to one thing. If they can survive in space, they can survive underwater. And so when we refer to USOs, underwater submerged objects, you have to realize that they've explored every part of this planet possible. And going through these phenomena, you start to take a sense of, you know, we haven't really explored our oceans to the depth that we have wanted to, or to the degree we have wanted. So it's of course a perfect hotbed for UFOs to hide away and get away from the eyes of the populace in a very quick and clean manner. And of course, these were captured by a Navy submarine surfacing right out of the water through the periscope. And they're very active. They're always circling around oceans, even around volcanoes. Believe it or not, these vehicles, some of them can withstand the temperatures of lava. So I think it's absolutely incredible. And they would go through the lava tubes themselves to actually get deeper into the earth. So that's one way of travel. And so this is one of the examples of the UFOs. This is the Baltic Sea anomaly. And basically it kind of looks like the Millennium Falcon, but it has very distinctive features. It has steps, it has concave, a circular structure. So this is nothing natural. This is definitely planted. And as you can see off to the left, it almost looked like it crashed landed there and was left for ruin. So definitely look into that. And then of course, as stated prior in this conference, there is the benevolent contact of channeling, meaning that if you want to establish contact, you don't have to wait for the mainstream to do it. You can go out and experience it for yourself. And just as I said before, the benevolent ones that are in contact with us often use telepathy to communicate. So this is how we really access and come together with our consciousness under one unified voice. And again, you know, if you're willing and you want to call that experience in, they're happy to answer that call. And here is one of those encounters. Basically what you're seeing is they have green laser lights that they're pointing at these craft, just signaling them. Not doing any harm to the craft itself. But basically, as they're observing and they start to stimulate the craft with light, as you're going to see right here, a fantastic thing happens where they'll illuminate and they'll actually make themselves known, kind of the inverse of what they're trying to do, because they know they're amongst positive, polarized individuals who aren't going to be harmed from the experience of seeing such and witnessing such a phenomena. So it's absolutely incredible, and I highly recommend to look into CE5, or better yet, just go out and stargaze. You never know what's waiting for you out there, or if you have star family looking back that wants to communicate, there's so much out there to be seen and observed. Yeah, as you see right there. And so again, we have extended family throughout the stars. You could see there are all these different races in our nearby cluster of space, and that's why there's such a presence, is because we are in this galactic neighborhood is so full of life, and evolved life at that there comes a point where you want to turn back and serve others, and you want to help, because you realize the unity of oneness, that we are all together and we're all sharing this experience. And it's powerful. And just in the right, as we heard earlier in the conference, there's a reason they don't just come down and shake our hands and say hello, is because their vibration is so intense that if they were to come down and actually meet you, your cells wouldn't be able to actually keep up with the vibration that they output. So that's why we make a conscious and active effort to raise our vibration on a daily basis, because that is the process of ascension. That's where we're moving into a place that they have achieved, but they're trying to watch and make sure that we make the gap as well. And so as you see, a bunch of other NASA old school footage from the 90s, stuff they'll never release, but of course was leaked. And you could just imagine what it was like back then when there was freedom, when there wasn't the technology to capture all of this. You didn't, camcorders were so clunky and out of focus, you couldn't even get something like this. And so to watch an entire colony of UFOs just travel outside the atmosphere is absolutely beautiful. It's a breathtaking view. And if this is the first time you're seeing this, this is very real footage. There's more like it. But again, as we moved and we progressed as humanity developed, became less and less with the technological advancements. So they just want to remain hidden. And of course, when we have a HD 4K camera pointed at them, it kind of defeats the purpose. And so just really quickly, these are a few other ones that are out there in more of a 3D model aspect. So you can see A8 at the top resembles more of a top hat, and it kind of works its way around. But ultimately, they kind of take the same size and shape. I mean, they're not scaled to size, but basically all of these really represent what has been visiting humanity over the years. And I think it's absolutely incredible. And also, if you're just joining us now, I have been currently updating my Telegram channel with this new grouping of sightings, both domestic and international. And when I say domestic, I mean the United States. And I realized that while everybody says UFOs come and go, there may be 10 sightings, 100 sightings that might be real. I see every single day how many people are reporting UFOs that have no other intention to do it than curiosity. And these are everyday people, in rural areas or even populous cities that'll catch a glimpse. As you see, there's a duration, there's the location, and I have hundreds more like this, hundreds. And that's only me curating what I've seen too. There's so many more. So just realize that this phenomena is much more common than we've been led to believe. And with that being said, thank you so much for joining me here at my StarBloom talk. If you want to get in contact with me, I go by junkDNA, and we have a Spanish translated page, junkDNA_ES, Espanol. And then also StarBloom Fest, the original, if you want to keep tabs on the festival. We're going to be updating everything there. And then just recently launched is the Quantum Light. And this is a place for channelings and divine wisdoms that kind of resolve around frequencies, vibration, energy, crystals, very, very highly curated. And then the t.me, junkDNA and Friends, that is my Telegram channel. I am very active there. Again, that's where I'm going to be posting the domestic and international sightings all the time. So definitely check that out. And then, of course, junkDNA, here, let me play that one more time. Then junkDNA.me, that's my website. If you want to go browse, it's very beautiful. I keep it up to date. And then Spotify down there, that is where I host the Ascension Dimension, which is my podcast. I've had amazing guests. There's hours of content, so definitely tune in. It's on Spotify, Apple Music, and it goes by the Ascension Dimension. But with that being said, thank you so much for coming and listening to my talk, hearing me present, and then better yet, holding this whole festival has been an absolute pleasure of mine. I love to see it evolve into the ways that it has. It's absolutely incredible, and I couldn't have asked for a better StarBloom 2021, especially on the solstice day. Pure divine energy. Everybody's here with the same intention, which is to expand consciousness, seed awareness, and then to share our own personal truth. Because again, we all have pieces of the puzzle, and when we come together, we see the mosaic of reality exactly as it is. And I'm so grateful for that. So thank you so much. And from here on out, we're going to jump straight into the after party segment. And now I do want to make a quick notice in this next series. It's a DJ mix accompanied by a visualizer. There are flashing lights, there are strobes. So if you are prone to if you're prone to, you know, seizures or epilepsy, definitely make sure you have the video off or at least turned way down. You can still turn up the music. It's a great mix, highly curated music. And just one more thing, to my Ascension partner, Clara, thank you for teaching me the true meaning of unconditional love. Our bond runs deeper than the macrocosm, and this mix is dedicated to you. So thank you. Sit tight. I'm going to turn off my video. We'll get it started and share. And I hope all of you enjoy and follow up for all of these future features and all of these videos that are going to come from the StarBloom recordings. Much love, and I'll see you on the other side.
dream. I might just be afraid of the silence, hearing these voices that say I won't make it. It won't be like this forever. Soon enough I'm gonna feel better and better for it. I won't run from pain and pressure, 'cause all along it's been making me better and better for it. Better for it. I've been a stranger in my own skin. Bad days inside, there's no optimism. I think that I'm ready to live again. I don't need permission to lose inhibition. Ooh, It won't be like this forever. Soon enough I'm gonna feel better and better for it. in the starlight, in the starlight. I just wanna feel alive. In the starlight, I see in your eyes. I just wanna feel alive. In the starlight, I see in your eyes.
remember that night we had to hide our bloodshot eyes, stumbling in at 5:30. You know, passing out drunk at my place. Woke up with Sharpie on my face. I guess that some things never change. You know, let's waste our time getting by on cheap temptation. Don't care, don't lie, tearing up our reputation. Do what we want, say what you want, blame it on being young. Hey, let's waste our time. We are the monsters causing trouble in paradise. Don't need your money, fame, or fortune. We know just what we like, and we could cruise through the city in my rocket tonight. We are the monsters causing trouble in paradise. We are the monsters causing trouble in paradise. We are the monsters causing trouble in paradise.
Growing up in the golden age, throwing rocks to you in the rain. Kiss me once and I'll float away, but don't let me anymore. But I don't mind if I sell my soul to get a song on the radio. Credit cards on a student loan, that's for millennium. Do you remember how it feels to be young? Do you remember we could be anymore? I miss you, before the run you in, September can't wait too soon. Do you remember how it feels to be young? It feels right, motherfucker.
When you're screaming out, but you can't make a sound, you know it's only a dream. When your back hits the ground and things turn around, you know it was only a dream. 'Cause nothing is as bad as you think, even when you're pulling at the seams. When the lights go out, you still got me. Oh, 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 oh. Detours lead to barricades, and home is for your friends are fake. I'll be there to clear the way. Oh, 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 oh. And you I do, I know I'll give it all to you till the end. I don't wanna break my walls, but if I do, I know I'll give you everything. So I don't understand it, changing, I can't stand it. My heart can't take it, damn it, and the way I feel can't stand it. See the sunshine, I went cold. See the flame, we can't go. Run away, run in circles. Run away, days go. I'm waiting on you. Yeah, so hard to take the bed. Run away, run in circles. Run away, run away, run away. I don't wanna fall. Feed the flame, 'cause we can't go. Run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, I dare you to go. I'm waiting on you. Yeah, so I don't take the flame. Run away, but we're running in circles. Run away, run away, run away.
Thank you, everybody, for being a part of StarBloom. We couldn't have done it without you, and it has been one heck of a second annual festival. Thank you for sharing in the love and holding space. There will be much more content to come, but stay tuned. StarBloom has far more to go, and I'm so proud of all of you. Keep serving others, serve the collective, and expand your consciousness. We see you, we love you, and we are united as one. Namaste.